60%.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, filling in for Anthony once again. Joining me today, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart, Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro, and Senior Market Strategist Jim Cagnina. Hi, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And I would like to say, Tracy, happy birthday to you today.
Oh, well, thank
Happy
you.
birthday. We can tell you're thrilled, Shy.
I am. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry, I was just getting a message.
She's like, news. I got to trade news. Somebody in the chat said it's also William Shakespeare's birthday. So I don't know if you guys have an extra minute, maybe we can find a lovely verse for Tracy to celebrate her birthday. That's your challenge for this morning, traders. But we do have some stuff we're keeping an eye on. As usual, a little bit of Groundhog Day when we say we are still, of course, on Iran watch and headline watch. But we have stock futures down, oil up, tech running out of a little bit of steam today, although it's been a really impressive performance. We've got earnings coming out. The news there, probably a little mixed. That might be contributing some pretty big tech names under a little bit of pressure today. Shai, what are you watching in terms of the headline and news?
All right. Well, we'll start with the Strait of Hormuz as usual. So the U.S. has said it is waiting for a response from Iran before the warring sides can restart peace talks. Iran said it will not resume negotiations while a U.S. naval blockade on its ports is in place, and the U.S. said it intercepted 2 Iranian super tankers that tried to evade its blockade. And again, we got a headline just before we went on air that the U.S. military seized another oil tanker. In response to Trump's ceasefire extension, Iranian state TV cited the foreign ministry is monitoring developments and armed forces are ready for any further threat. We had Levitt saying that Trump wants Iran to hand over its stocks of enriched uranium, and which the Islamic Republic so far has refused to do. She said he's not in a rush. It's important to the president that they hand the enriched uranium over. He's made it quite clear to them. And now we're waiting to hear back from the regime. Overnight, right on the open, we had oil up on that and indices down. Since then, oil has paired those gains and indices have recovered some. But that was the big news on the open last night. Moving on to private credit, which we haven't talked about in a while, but Wall Street watchdogs are ramping up their inquiries into how much risk is built up in the $3 trillion private credit industry. The SEC has opened several enforcement investigations of large private credit managers. The Treasury Department has requested information from private fund managers and insurance firms about their business models. And bank regulators, too, have stepped up their focus on the risks posed by the industry, with the Federal Reserve querying banks about their lending and exposure to private credit. Obviously, regulators have been watching for risks stemming from the growing private credit market for years, but recent outreach adds to the scrutiny amid a wave of withdrawals, slowing inflows, and dropping stocks. So just something to keep an eye on. I will note none of the regulators have sounded dire alarms yet. So we'll see how that goes. Moving on to tech credit, SoftBank is seeking a $10 billion loan backed by its stake in U.S. artificial intelligence firm OpenAI. The proposed 2-year margin loan would include an option to extend by an additional year. Such structures allow companies to borrow against the value of their holdings, in this case equity, while exposing them to the downside risk if collateral falls in value. Now, we did have markets reacting rather quickly. The cost of insuring SoftBank's debt via credit default swaps rose about 10 basis points to roughly 360 basis points, nearing a 1-year high. A rise in credit and CDS signals that investors see a higher probability of credit stress or default. In practical terms, it makes borrowing more expensive, can tighten access to capital, and reflects a growing concern that additional leverage, especially tied to potentially volatile equity collateral, could weaken SoftBank's balance sheet if market conditions deteriorate. Just quickly in debt markets, we have traders are piling into a niche interest rate trade that's essentially a bet on stress returning to short-term funding markets. The trade focuses on the gap between SOFR, the rate for borrowing cash against treasuries, and the effective federal funds rate, which tracks unsecured overnight lending. That spread is a key gauge of liquidity in the system and can be traded using short-dated futures. So far, activity has surged. A record July 1-year SOFR Fed fund contract traded on Tuesday, with heavy buying also seen in May and June. This matters because this spread tends to widen when funding conditions tighten, meaning cash becomes scarcer and more expensive relative to treasuries. A spike in trading and positioning suggests traders are bracing for renewed strain in the money markets. And then moving on, we have gold slipping today, obviously on inflation concerns with higher oil prices and a stronger dollar. And then just a side note, we had Kevin Hassett indicating his support for Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell's plan to stay at the central bank's helm on a temporary basis if his successor hasn't been confirmed by the Senate when his term expires next month. We'll see how the president feels about that one. Quick note, we have Intel reporting after the bell at 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. That will be an important data earnings point. And then last but not least, we have data. This morning we have Chicago Fed National Activity Index, initial jobless claims, continuing claims, 945 will be also important. We have S&P Global U.S. Manufacturing PMI, Services PMI, and Composite PMI. And then at 11, we'll have Kansas City Fed Manufacturing Activity.
Wow, we got a lot going on. I just want to say the chat is flooded with birthday wishes, but I'm going to read this one. It says, wishing a phenomenal birthday to a true master of the market, commodities expert, and the heart of the NinjaTrader Live community. That one was worth reading out loud.
Thanks, guys.
I love it. But it's very true. And to that point, by the way, is flagging that SOFR story. I don't know, that seems kind of interesting and important, and it's one of those stories that's sort of easy to fly by the screen and not really hang on to it. Craig, is that any reason to be concerned that they're back in? And wasn't that one of the trades that kind of blew a bunch of people up? Didn't hedge funds lose, were on the wrong side of that trade not too long ago, I thought?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. There was also big tax payments from last week, which typically leads to, strain in liquidity, as money kind of floods the Treasury's general account and leaves, customer accounts. So we'll see. I mean, we have to certainly have to keep an eye on it. If this continues into, the next few days and into month end here, then, potentially something that could, can matter more for the tape. So, but I'm just looking here, futures have been rallying now since we got on the air, and then even for the 10 minutes before, a couple potential positive headlines. There was some Iranian sources say that preparing for Iran-U.S. talks, may see a breakthrough as early as tonight or tomorrow, and then a Pakistani proposal to open Hormuz in exchange for partial lifting of the sanctions of Iran. So markets were reasonably negative for most of the overnight session, and now are basically back to flat. IWM is positive. So again, with the headline roulette, right? Basically, the back and forth. We're waiting for momentum on these negotiations, and when it seems like there is none, markets are starting to struggle. And when we get positive momentum, markets rally back. So, but into the weekend, we'll see, right? I mean, there's definitely been the idea that Trump is, the ceasefire is not indefinite. Maybe it's through the weekend. Who really knows? Iran seems to think potentially that the U.S. is preparing for an attack this weekend. There was some talk of missile activity last night. No one took credit for it or claimed it. So who knows, right? I mean, we're still kind of in this back and forth here, unfortunately. But markets are going to be more focused on the earnings story, right? Tesla was last night, Intel today, plenty of other earnings to, back and forth here. Good names are doing well. Bad names are getting hit pretty hard. And then next week, obviously, is the most of the Mag 7 reporting plus the Fed meeting. So a lot to get through into next week's month end.
Yeah, and tech has really been setting the tone here. Jim, what are you seeing in the markets? Because it does seem like they're on the move. And while you look, I'll just say that it's interesting because we're not only now seeing, as Tracy's been pointing out for weeks, there's so much misinformation. I mean, all of you have been talking about this, and kind of an incentive to put misinformation out there. I saw CENTCOM pushing back, saying there are reports that ships are getting through. That is not true. We turned 29 away. I saw Bloomberg has video of what is reportedly Iranian army storming some trip. Now people are like, we're going to show you what we're doing. That's a bit unnerving. Yeah. So for having positive momentum, maybe that's going to matter. But what do you see happening, Jim?
Well, I mean, when I woke up this morning, we had a whiff of risk off. And, within an hour, everything kind of went back to resilient. I mean, the equity market's resilient right now. We closed at the high last night. We're right back up there today, even though we had a little bit of volatility overnight. And we're just popping up against, again, trying to make all-time highs again in these stock index futures. And so it's resilient. It's very, very strong. We'll see if earnings kind of shakes anything loose or not. But as far as the war goes, equity markets don't care. Now, the bonds have been trading above and below that 114 handle right now. It's kind of my line in the sand. This is where support and resistance kind of meet as a general rule right now. I'm looking to be long above that 114, short below it. But right now we're trading around it. So again, it's kind of, it looked like it was going to be another type of a risk-off morning, and it's changed in the bonds as well. Crude oil, same thing. I mean, we just can't get back to that 94.77 level, which is my price happiness level here. We're below that, but a little bit above the VWAP. So that's also an interest. That's also a pivotable market. So there's a lot of pivot points here in some of these charts, and I'll share some of those on the Edge report.
Yeah, looks good. Fractal gets the win so far this morning. He left a quote from Much Ado About Nothing for you, Trace, in the chat. So if you get a chance, you can check it out. I love
Excellent.
it.
Thank you.
I knew someone was gonna
Fractal.
respond to that challenge. What's top of mind for you, Shai, as you look at this? Because like Jim just said, people are looking right past any strain or issue in the commodity markets and just look like they're kind of looking for good news.
Yeah, I mean, I think markets want good news. They want this war to be over with. Markets are kind of looking ahead of it. We also have a bit of kind of some FOMO going on, right? Because when is this going to turn? Then we have people rushing back into the markets after, we hit that low. So I think that part of the reason that we're seeing this resiliency is kind of FOMO, particularly when it, as it concerns to some of the larger tech names that got pretty beaten up, relatively speaking, earlier this year. And now people are rushing back into those names, hoping that this war will end quickly.
Yeah, I know. I think we're all just feeling so exhausted from it. But it's interesting because there are real things for people to hang on to, but there's still an awful lot of, you can find whatever piece of news suits your narrative right now, which is always a tough spot to be in. Because I was sort of looking through the news and X and Substack this morning, and Lizanne Saunders always does a data dump sort of at the beginning of the day. And she put out something that was kind of interesting, that according to a March CFO survey, and it's a bunch of firms that get together and do that, more than 80% of firms plan to invest in AI this year. That's up from 58% last year. So that's real. That's like real CapEx spend. If you're sort of, suspicious of that. But then, Shai, as you pointed out, you have that SoftBank story, which just seems like kind of, a sign of a top or excess when you're putting shares against more debt that you're looking to take on and your credit default swaps are widening out. Like that should be alarming. So it's kind of a tough spot, I think. You've got a little bit for everybody, don't you, Craig?
Yeah, I mean, this AI CapEx story is, it is the story. That's where all the growth is coming from. That's where all the spending is going to. And so I think what you're seeing, or at least the last couple of days, you've been seeing a rotation of capital back into things that are benefiting from the AI CapEx build out, particularly semis, right? I mean, SMH making new highs, Texas Instruments out last night with big numbers, stock trading up, 12% pre-market. And you're seeing the flip side of that on the software side, right? With ServiceNow numbers being pretty weak. IGV names are likely to come back under pressure. Software is the area that is being hurt by the AI CapEx build out. Margins are getting crimped there, but any of the CapEx associated names are doing incredibly well. I think also one thing we've been talking about is the not being able to get real data on the impact of the war yet, and so we're kind of left to seeing some of the survey data and some of the corporate data. European flash PMIs out this morning were pretty terrible, and I think give a really good indication of kind of what's at least what Europe's been dealing. We'll get the U.S. numbers out later this morning, but here's some of the commentary. The Eurozone is facing deepening economic woes from the war in the Middle East, presenting a major headache for policymakers. The conflict has pushed the economy into decline in April while driving inflation sharply higher. Right, so you're seeing that stagflationary dynamic play out in a big way in Europe, and similarly in other areas of the world that have big energy import issues, like in Asia. And so I suspect you're going to see something similar here in the U.S., where the manufacturing numbers are going to look pretty good. But some of that is obfuscated by the fact that companies are trying to procure raw materials as fast as possible, right? And so if you go out and try to double and triple order things because you're worried about shortages, it shows up as positive momentum on some parts of the manufacturing PMI, but expect the services component to be pretty miserable here, right? I mean, we're definitely seeing this dichotomy where companies and in the goods sector doing okay as they're trying to procure materials, but services are being impacted by higher gasoline prices, higher inflation, and a strained consumer. That really played out in Europe. I suspect we're going to see more of that in the U.S. Is it going to matter for the tape? It should over time, but as we're dealing with the ping pong back on the headline stuff, into the weekend scaries again, we'll see.
It is the weekend scaries. I mean, that is exactly, I think, how, you're sort of bracing but I'm curious if it's going to, as you say, reflect, because tech has just been performing so well that I think, to Tracy's point, you've got a lot of people chasing that now, especially if you weren't in it. Now you're behind. Tracy, I know we've talked about this, but it just bears repeating. Are we seeing the disruptions yet? Like, do we have a handle on what that looks like? Because this strait is still closed. I mean, are we going to get some color from these surveys from these manufacturing companies that's going to shed some light on this, or are we still kind of operating in the dark?
I think, well, as far as the United States is concerned, I think we're still kind of operating in that dark. And I keep saying we're a little bit insulated from this so far, but it will eventually get here. Things like fertilizer, for instance. We don't have an SPR for, we don't have a reserve for fertilizer. So this will show up in 2027 for farmers in the United States that haven't, procured fertilizer yet for the planting season in 2027. And so I think this is going to be a long process. The military has said that it's going to take 6 months to clear mines, which means you can't have a fully open strait, having ships go through while they're clearing mines. And so that just tacked on another 6 months to this entire timeline if it opens tomorrow, right? And it's essentially still shut down. And so I think this is going to last much longer than people think. And it will take time to filter to the U.S. economy, but it will.
Someone needs to tell.
Yeah.
Someone needs to tell the New York Fed their latest GDP now forecast for Q2 is 2.8%. So it's still relatively high.
Hey Jim, what's happening with the Bitcoin? Because we sort of saw that picking up too with the tech trade, but I don't know if that's moving in lockstep now again with NASDAQ, or if are we watching that as a sign of anything in terms of sentiment? Or
Yeah, it's been moving lockstep with equities ever since the beginning of April. I mean, it's been a nice, slow, steady grind up, but then we broke out above some serious levels of resistance, and we're still maintaining that. We're in this trend channel that's pretty good. I'm going to show it on the Edge report actually. Technically, all the moving averages are doing the right thing. RSI is doing the right thing. So we've kind of elevated our game a little bit to the next, I would call it, level for maybe some more consolidation. We haven't hit that in November. I have a really important target, November 21st swing low at 87.45, and that's on the front month for the futures chart. So again, it's resilient. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah. Tracy, somebody's saying, what about airlines canceling thousands of flights? We did have American out with earnings saying that they're going to take a $4 billion. That's what the fuel, that jump in fuel is going to end up costing them. But we are starting to see flight cancellations.
We are starting to see flight cancellation. Most of that the bulk of that is in Asia. And we also saw Lufthansa cancel 20,000 flights because of fuel costs. But most of those routes are not really profitable routes that they are cutting down on. The flip side is, if you look, United had its most busy quarter passenger-wise ever in history. Was Q1, which is just incredible. So, it bears to show you that even though we do have rising airline prices, so far that hasn't dented the American consumer yet as far as, their flights are concerned. But airlines have mentioned the fact that they are not able to raise airline prices fast enough to keep up with those fuel surcharges. And so eventually something will happen.
Somebody's got to stay home. Something's got to give. But it is pretty shocking if anyone's trying to grab some flights for some summer travel. It's pretty outrageous. Craig, we got about a minute left. We're going to do some weekly jobless claims coming out of the Edge report, but any thoughts from you before we wrap?
Yeah, one of the things I mentioned kind of flippantly earlier in the week was this story about Avis being, a massive short squeeze and kind of driving, it's 17% of the transport index and the like. And I think what it had been doing is, kind of allowing or the most short baskets and the meme stock indices and some of the, the worst parts of the market have been really outperforming over the course of the last few days. And I mentioned that I thought that was indicative more of an ending move than a beginning move. And so it is interesting to see Avis now is down 50% from the highs that were seen yesterday morning. And so potentially that short squeeze has kind of run its course. So, but look, I think broadly, as the tech earnings, particularly in semis, show robustness, and the rest of the economy and the rest of the sectors, whether it's airlines or whether it's, other things that are further downstream, we're getting some of this weakening flash PMI stuff. I think you're going to see, a breadth reduction, right? I mean, the trade of a broadening out rally, small caps continuing to outperform, tech. I think that's over. I think markets are going to feel much more comfortable going back into tech trades relative to the rest of the economy where there's so much uncertainty. And so, look for that trend to continue, particularly into next week when you get the Mag 7 earnings. I'm sure a ton of call buying will take place for that. So that's kind of my thoughts, kind of what I'm looking for here over the course of the next few days and weeks is a rotation back into tech and out of the other sectors.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. All right, it's time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jim.
All right, let's continue with the Bitcoin discussion right now. Here's that trend channel I was talking about. I mean, it's an easy draw on the chart, right? We're smack dab in the middle of it. Yeah, we're pulling back a little bit today. Remember, a little bit of risk off maybe today, a little bit of consolidation, but we're still pretty elevated. We're trading really close to that 78,000 level, which we haven't seen for a long, long period of time. Most importantly, this target wick right here on the 17th, we've taken it out and stayed above it. So now I have a new line to consider. It's around 76, 175 for support on a bigger picture. We'll see where we go here. And you could even go down to the body of the candle if you want, all the way down to 75,000, give or take. We did have some more inflows coming in to Bitcoin yesterday. So the last 5 or 6 sessions, money's flowing into the IBIT anyway. That's what I track to kind of figure out flows. RSI is kind of stable in the overbought category, but that doesn't mean anything. Intraday, right now we're trading below VWAP. I'm going to have my eye on that VWAP. So that JAX 3 level right there is at 78,000. So should we stay below? Sellers have their way. Then we have that JAX 1 down at 77,000. That's with the 1-day min. And below that, important, 0 DTE gamma wall, 0 DTE call resistance, and that's tracking 76,000. On the upside, we have previous sessions highs at 79,600, JAX 2 right above that, and then that 0 DTE put support level again is going to be kind of important up there at 8,000, kind of framing the conversation a little bit. Let's shoot over to Dr. Copper, though, because it's been a great story so far. And let me just pull up some charts here really quickly here. And I want to remind everybody the correlation here with copper and the E-mini S&P is really strong. It's super strong right now, super positive right now, and it ebbs and flows. It's usually positive, but this is just at the bottom of your screen, you see a histogram bar, and that's just tracking the correlation between copper and the E-mini S&P. Right now, we're almost 100%. So they're moving in unison right now, which is kind of interesting. If you kind of look at the candles, though, we have all the moving averages crossing over each other, suggesting some upward momentum. We have that ADMA that's really guiding the price action pretty well right now and keeping things a little bit elevated. Now, alternatively, this 6.141 level here, this swing high back in February 27th, that's kind of defining the top of the conversation right now. This is resistance. We have like a double top here, if you can think of it that way. We just can't get a candle to close above it right now. We keep popping up against it. And of course, with this heavy correlation, you got to kind of keep your eye on what's happening in the equity markets if you're thinking about a breakout to the upside. Very possible. And again, this correlation isn't perfect. It could change on any given Sunday, but right now it is super strong. And then intraday, we have some targets as well. Let me just make this a little bit easier for everybody to see. Yeah, kind of a lowercase b volume profile. Right around that one-day min is, and then that point of control, 6.03 right now. We're catching a bid right now. We just broke above that session VWAP. This is going to be important for me. I'd like to see a candle close above there before I jump on the bandwagon that, hey, it's time to buy. But look at that 0 DTE put support level. That acts like a magnet oftentimes, especially when we're close to it, and that's where we're at right now. So we'll see if we can, if we're just stuck there, it's going to attract all day. We'll get a different point of control a little bit higher today, or we get some movement up to the upside. And then we have Jax 1 at 6.10, and then all the way up to top here, I'm just going to round it off to 6.15. We have that 0 DTE call resistance, which is kind of framing the top of the conversation. Look at overnight. We kind of couldn't get any traction overnight here. We ended up just shy of that previous session's highs as well. Decent sell-off after Asia. And then at the London IB, it's just like, all right, we don't know what to do. We're going to stay here. And then a little bit more of a sell-off and a retrace back up. So we'll keep our eye on Dr. Copper, especially with respect to what's going on in the E-mini S&P. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to the panel.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jim. And so just as a reminder, we have weekly jobless claims coming up, but we've got some other data with that and also sort of through a little bit staggered through the morning. And I know Trace, jump in as soon as those numbers come, but Craig, what are you looking to learn from this, if anything?
Yeah, I think we've been talking about jobless claims not really being something that is expected to move rapidly in an economy where the gig economy is so prevalent, right? We were talking to Danielle DiMartino Booth over the weekend in Miami just about this concept. And, she mentioned how important the gig economy has really become, that kind of being the underlying where folks go when they lose their jobs. And so they're not necessarily filing for weekly claims anymore. They just go and become Uber or Lyft drivers. And so obviously these are, inferior jobs where the wages are not particularly good. So it keeps pressure on the low end economy. But because we don't get that data from Uber and Lyft, how many drivers do they hire, on a weekly basis, we really don't have a great idea, of what exactly is going on here. So I wouldn't expect much out of this initial jobless claims figures. I don't think we're going to see a ton of momentum yet. But I think one thing you pointed out, I think earlier in the week, Maggie, was that corporates typically use this geopolitical strain to find reasons to downsize or to find reasons to accelerate other restructuring plans. And that's exactly what Lufthansa mentioned earlier in the week with the 20,000 flights being taken away. They said this, that the war just kind of accelerated their plan to do restructuring, right? They didn't see any opportunity to get the economics to come back to many of those flights. So it's like this was a good time to do that. I suspect we're going to hear more from companies over the course of the next weeks and months, finding reasons to lay people off that they might have done or otherwise, without, or just would have taken a little bit longer.
So basically, inline jobless claims came in at 214,000. Survey was 210,000. Prior was 207,000, and continuing claims at 1.821 million. Slightly higher than prior at 1.818 million. Basically in line. We haven't kind of steered off this course for a while.
Don't imagine there's much market reaction, Jim.
No. I mean, there's none. I mean, bonds are still at 114 even, just about. E-mini S&P still at 7160. NASI just slightly above that 27,000 level. I mean, this didn't even like move the needle a scotch, as they say.
Too much other stuff to pay attention to, right?
Right.
And we did have Chicago Fed National Activity Index came in at negative 0.20. Prior was negative 0.11. So even worse.
So much of this it's so bifurcated everything, right? Like depending on what market you're watching, what part of the economy you're in, what segment of the consumer you fall into. We just have such a mixed picture. All right, fantastic. Thank you so much, Jim and Craig. We will see you in the chat. Okay, a quick look at what we have for the lineup for the day. Joining us in just a moment is Jim Welsh. Pharm is here for Tape Talk. As always, jump in the chat if you have any specific questions for him. I see you all talking in the chat, and you're all watching a bunch of different stuff with levels. So great to get Pharm to weigh in on that. So go ahead and drop that in the chat. Trade the Open is with Jack and Stowe. Midday Markets will be Nick for a tick and XY, and Trading the Close will be Chris, Salma, and Nick for a tick again. Got him twice today. All right, joining us now is Jim Wells, Chief Tactical Strategist and founder of Macro Tides. Hi, Jim. Thanks so much for being with us.
Great to be with you, Maggie. Good morning.
Good morning. Shai's going to hit you with the first question.
Good morning. All right. So let's start with kind of the bigger picture. Markets are very resilient. They seem to be brushing off this war. So what are you seeing in the index markets, and what are you kind of focused on right now and looking at?
Well, in terms of the S&P, my expectation is that we're going to see a new all-time high. And this is, going back to last week or so, just based on the pattern in the S&P. The larger take, Tracy, is that the rally from March 30th is either the first part of a much bigger rally. In other words, we're finishing wave one, you get a wave two pullback, and then the S&P is going over 8,000. The alternate side is that this move up has been a finishing of a rally that began either last year in April or 2022. So, two very divergent views. The second one would lead the S&P to decline, I think, below 63.16, which was the low on March 30th. And I think we can all point to easily what could trigger both both those outcomes.
Yeah. If only we had a crystal ball, and we don't, Jim. But are there other markets that you're looking at to kind of determine which way this might fall? I mean, it's going to be news-driven and headline-driven, no doubt, because, of course, we've got the war looming so large. But where are you going to get an early indicator for? Are you watching bonds? Are you watching gold? What are you looking at?
All of the above. So in terms of the 10-year Treasury, we could see a dip towards 415. But the longer term picture, Maggie, I think is yields are headed higher. The 10 years going above 5%. At that point in time, I think you might see the Fed come in, and yield curve control is going to show up at some point in time over the next 1 to 3 years. That could be one of the triggers. Gold, I think there's the possibility we could get to just a touch over 5,000. But the key pattern is the decline from 55.95, the all-time high, was about almost $1,500, just rounded off. I think the rebound we've seen from 4,100 is a retracement rally within the context of a much larger correction. It's going to take either one of two forms. Either we're going to go sideways for a good chunk of time, like 6 to 9 months. In other words, we'll get up towards 5,000. I think gold will then drop below 43.52, and then we'll proceed to going sideways. The alternate account is that we're finishing a wave B, and from whatever high is reached here, gold's going to drop about $1,500. You're talking around 3,500. So for me, from a perspective is the next big move isn't up, it's down. It's just a question, do we have a little bit more in the tank to get it above 5,000? And in terms of the dollar, as long as it holds above 95.58, I think the dollar is going above 102 and potentially up towards 107, which is where a trend line from the September 2022 high above 114 and the January 25 high just above 110 comes in. So, how does that add? To me, that suggests that there's a flight to the dollar. And whatever events happen, I think people are going to perceive that Treasury bonds are going to get sold. That implies oil prices going higher. And I think that's the invisible shoe that people, as long as crude's under $100, everybody's copacetic. But there's a shortage in the real world that's building that's going to show up over the next 3 to 6 weeks in a very serious way. Lufthansa was like the tip of the iceberg. Australia is in really bad shape. India, in terms of cooking oil and things like that. So the ramifications of having inventories drawn down over the last few weeks to buffer everything, those inventories are gone. and then the ships to replenish supplies. You're talking, anywhere from 60 to 90 days in terms of ships leaving the strait, unloading, coming back, loading up, then going back out again. And so to me, that's what people aren't paying attention. They're really comforted by oil staying under 100. And it's like, okay, we don't have anything to worry about. Yeah, I think there's a real worry coming in terms of when these shortages have an economic impact, more so in Asia, jet fuel in Europe, but it's coming.
Shai, that's that air pocket that you've been talking about that we've all been pointing out.
Yeah, absolutely. And so when that hits the economy, the market has been basically priced out any sort of rate cut this year. We have in December a slight chance. Does this show up such that the economic data deteriorates so much in the U.S. that the Fed is forced to cut before that?
That's obviously a possibility, but here's the thing that the U.S. economy is going for. We're running a deficit of about 6% of GDP. That's a lot of spending. The AI trade, one of the reasons that it's been so strong and unrelenting in the last couple of weeks, is that those companies are going to spend that money no matter what happens to the price of oil. So investors are flocking to that certainty. S&P earnings are expected to be up 13%. Almost half of that gain is coming from NVIDIA and Micron. Well, wait a second. That's not broad base. If you look at the equal weight S&P 500, since the low on March 30th, its relative strength has lagged badly. So there's signs that there's issues, but I think somebody was referencing earlier, I think, about TSA checkpoints. Hey, they're still growing like 2.5 million or so. So why? Well, we do have that bifurcated economy with market averages making new highs. The top 10% account for almost 50% of consumer spending. Well, there's nothing wrong with them. The run up in gas prices to over $4, it's something to talk about at a cocktail party. But for the bottom 30 to 40% who have been under the gun for 5 years because of the cost of living that has gone up quite a bit, they're really feeling the pain. But they represent a small percent of consumer spending. So the U.S. has a number of reasons why it's more insulated than the rest of the world. But eventually, if the rest of the world, weakens significantly, guess what? We're going to feel it too. I just don't think we're at a point where a recession is suggested. I think we're going to continue to kind of muddle along, and why things like jobless claims just keep trucking, around 220,000. If and when they get over 250, that will matter.
Yeah, this is what makes it so tricky, right? And we talked about this earlier, that you can find sort of data points to support both. I worry a little bit about that sort of divide as we move into the midterms, right? So that they're not responsible for consumer spending, but you get enough pissed off people turning up, and you're going to have, I think, some fireworks around that. Jim, you just mentioned, if I heard you right, 5% on the 10-year. Every time we had a lot of bulls looking at NASDAQ, certainly in the chart. Now they're shorter term, but you see what's happening with that March higher, the AI trades back on. Every time the bond market, the 10-year's gotten back up to that level, it's been a problem for stocks. So what is your time frame for that? And is that a potential, can that sort of knock the wind out of that tech trade, even though the AI momentum is strong?
It would knock the wind out of the tech trade, obviously, because even though valuations kind of came in a little bit, the 10-year getting above 450, I think, would be the trigger. In other words, it's not going to wait to 5. I think getting above that ceiling, I think around 445 has been a high. So that's what I think is coming. And, we can point to it. We're running a huge deficit. Someone has suggested we're going to increase defense spending next year to $1.5 trillion. The amount of supply that all represents is very significant. And as if the global economy gets hit, I think foreign demand for treasuries will weaken. So, the dynamics are such that, unless you see a material slowing in the economy that, as Tracy alluded to, brings forward Fed rate cuts, I think the trend is higher. The caveat level is around 394 on the 10-year. You get below that, and then, okay, something else maybe is going on here. But my take is that the bond market has begun a secular bear market. and the major trend in yields is higher.
Interesting. And what are your thoughts on, because we've seen pretty resilient industrial metals. We had copper still, above $6. That's still going. We have silver is very volatile, but still a lot is needed for these data centers. So what are your thoughts on the industrial metal sector, particularly if we have high oil prices plus high industrial metal prices?
Yeah. Well, again, we get back to the inflation story, in terms of what is the Fed going to do. So we're entering this critical window where inflation is going to continue to ramp higher. We're not likely to see enough weakness to justify cutting rates. So the Fed is going to be forced to talking a tough game. So I expect a lot of jawboning from Fed officials toward the idea that, hey, we're standing in there, our 2% target. We're really serious. And so to me, watching the treasury yield market is important because that will tell us whether that jawboning is actually being believed by markets or not. Ultimately, if we see more slowing in the global economy and obviously in the U.S., demand for industrial metals is going to slacken. So, like if gold drops again, I think it's going below 43.50. Silver's going to have a decent sized decline in there too, Tracy. So this lag effect of, we just talked about in terms of oil inventories being run down. Hey, all of a sudden, if the war resumes and the Houthis are able to impair the east-west pipeline of Saudi Arabia, oil's at 147 very quickly. That's the July 2008 high. So that's the risk in terms of ultimately the economy taking it more on the chin than where we are right now.
Yeah, it's all of these risks that for the moment, I guess, are hard to quantify. So traders are hanging on to what's right in front of them, which is the AI trade, Jim. Would you be fading this move up in tech, or is it so powerful that you've got to be in it and just size yourself accordingly? Like, how are you? Because if you've missed it, you're paying the price, especially if you're held to a benchmark.
Yeah. I think chasing here is a bad idea. As I said, the rally from the March low at 63.16, if one wants to be bullish, that's wave one of a much bigger advance. Well, you're going to get a wave two that's likely to retrace, anywhere from 38 to 50%. And depending on what happens in the Middle East, it could be deeper. Those stocks are, people are going to be quick to draw a line once the momentum aspect of this trade runs out of gas. And so we're going to be getting earnings. They're going to be good. The projections are probably going to be reasonably positive. So one of the real keys, Maggie, I think, is how do those stocks respond to the good news? And if they pop and then fade, because that's what happened a number of months ago, which was a great tell that they were about to go, through a period of weakness. So to me, short term, I think the market is nearing a high and we're going to get a decent sized pullback, even if we're going to 8,000. So to me, location-wise, buying and chasing these stocks doesn't make sense.
Great stuff. Jim, great to have you on today. Thank you so much for taking the time with us. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you so much. Stay well, everyone.
Yeah, listen, Shai, it's what we talk about, right? Like they're the sort of fundamentals and all those long-term risks that we know are out there, but then short-term, there's all this momentum that's super hard to fight. But what are some final thoughts from you on your birthday for those who are just tuning in?
Oh my God. So I would pay close attention at 9:45 to those PMIs. I think they're going to matter. We have manufacturing PMI, services PMI, and composite PMI. And really that's the kind of, we do have data at 11, but that's not going to be market moving. So just beware around 9:45. And of course, once again, headline risk, right? Is the name of the game.
Underscore, underline, exclamation point. Great stuff. Listen, have a wonderful, wonderful birthday, Shai. And I just saw in the chat, there's a link if you want to go to meetups. Shai you can buy her birthday drink all year long. if you want. So get on that link and sign up and try to join us at one of the meetups. It would be fantastic. Enjoy the day, Shai.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, it's time for Pharm and Tape Talk. Good morning, Pharm.
Morning, Maggie. Morning, chat. Happy birthday, Shai. How's everybody
We got to
doing?
celebrate her. I wish I knew that. We could have really raised a glass over the weekend. She was totally keeping that under wraps. I love your swag too. Very nice, Pharm.
Yeah, Shab made sure that everything that I got was like as black as possible. She didn't even want this little bit of white on there because it was just the only way they could have me not look morbidly obese on stream. All black, everything black. But
She's a
she's
big
looking
fan of
out.
black herself. She's a stylish woman and a fan of black. So of course she sent you black. It had nothing to do with that. She's just keeping you in fashion, Pharm.
Love the color, need the color. Absolutely.
What are you watching today?
Yeah, pretty wild night, right? Kind of a lot of flailing around without much accomplished. My wife said it reminded her of one of my bedroom performances. Certainly no satisfaction for bears, and so, yeah, like going back to yesterday, NQ held that 802 to 815, and then finally cracked that range high, which like kind of the absolute top of that was 885. I was using this weekly level, 894 to 911, and just went on a moon mission, right? ES did nothing, but that's because the Dow was weak, car was getting slaughtered. It's kind of a weird day, right? But if we just kind of like zoom out, ignore kind of the noise. We had this picture yesterday. The only thing I've added here is a couple of levels, and then a cloned box just to represent a range double, right? We talked about how we were trading in a range. Both ES and NQ had this. And NQ broke out, with force, right? Breakout single prints here, this 892 and 3/4 to 940 and 1/4. Big breakout singles, demand from below as well. Big lift, big move. So until or unless that move is given back, there's really not a whole lot for sellers to get excited for. So, last night was also definitely one of those, he's a 4 and he ran option profit calculator on his puts. Right at support situations. So somebody did it. I know you're out there. It's all your fault that we kind of bounced hard. It has nothing to do with major technical support. It's just the fact that you ran options profit calculator. So just understand that for next time. So you can see this 852. This is yesterday's excess. And sorry, I'm actually losing my voice. I was coaching a baseball game last night. It was the wildest baseball game of all time.
Did you win? Did they win?
It actually ended in a tie. It was crazy. We scored 4.
A youth baseball game ended in a tie?
Yeah, this is like 7 and 8 year olds, right? So yeah, they'll let it end in a tie, which means like wild shit happens. Yeah, we scored 4.
They're the best to watch, by the way. The absolute best to watch. They're hysterical and also super exciting.
Yeah, we scored 4 in the bottom of the last inning to tie it on what I used to call the Bullwinkle play, except this was not intentional. And like we've got time, so I'll tell the story. Used to be like runner on first and third. Sometimes what I would have, when we were like in kids playing in Little League, runner on first would start running a second on a dropped ball necessarily from the catcher, and then like intentionally trip and fall halfway to second base. And so like the defense would like get really confused, like, wow, what do we do? The catcher just has to throw the ball like impulsively. So naturally he'd throw it in the outfield, runner from third scores. This was bases loaded. And these are kids, like most of them never played before, right? And bases loaded. There was a pass ball, hits the backstop, comes right back to the catcher, and we were down, right? So we were down 1 at this point. And so I was telling the runners, like, we're not trying to steal home with 1 out, bases loaded. Well, the runner on first runs to second. He just starts prancing along to second base. I'm screaming, no, go back. And he's just like keeps going. The runner on second base, which is exactly what my kid is like, go back. And I'm watching the catcher and like, he's getting ready to throw it. I'm like, I know this guy is going to throw it. So I'm like pointing at the runner at third. I'm like, watch me. I didn't want to say anything. The second the catcher threw the ball down to first base to try to get him out, I'm like yelling, go, go, go. So the runner from third runs home. He scores. They're dropping it, bumbling, tie game. It was crazy. So yeah, voices kind of gone.
Pharm, do you by any chance want to coach the Mets? Because I hear they need some help.
I definitely coached us into that tie. I'll tell you what, it can't be any worse for sure. But All right, back to price.
All right, back to
Sorry,
market.
deviation. So yeah, voice is kind of gone. So look, I mean, we dipped in like, I don't know, a tick into yesterday's excess. This is excess on the lows, the cash hours A period, right? Nice excess low. Found responsive buying, some of which I'm sure was covers, some of which initiative buying. This is the only trade like I wanted today. So of course it happened while I was coaching baseball last night. Was basically just to come down and make this back test. Any kind of a dip into these singles is what I was looking for. So yeah, it's just a back test on NQ. So I mean, like today, it's like sellers are going to have to find a way to wake up and come in to get it. It looks like we got some news like right before I came in as well. But I mean, NQ, until or unless it gets through, just call it this overnight low, right? Until it's like meaningfully offering that overnight low from below, it's just a long. And if you pop this range double on there, it comes to about 27,169. Of course, meme index, it's just math, guys. You can just do it on your own chart. But so like that's NQ, very clean look. Here's that's back to the 5 minutes, go back to the 30 on a weekly basis. We're just gapping value higher as of now. So there's nothing doing. And I've been saying for a while, like sellers have to get back into like last Thursday's range. It held, bull gap held, consolidation, at least on NQ, we've ripped. Now ES has certainly lagged. I'll pull ES back up on this same chart real fast. I mean, it hadn't done anything, right? It's just still kind of sitting in range. So it's done absolutely nothing, but I mean, still has held that bull gap. So nothing bearish until that is given back on ES. So there's Thursday's high, 70.89. We whipped down in there. Nice hold basically of the 71.17 spot overnight. I mean, it really is doing nothing. It's been a horrible trade on ES yesterday anyway. Like if you want to trade it, you had to watch like what the Dow was doing, what NQ was doing, to really have a good idea of where you're going. So like for today, the one thing I didn't point out is this 57 here. We did have a spike up into yesterday's close that generally doesn't end very well. We had a spike down into the close on whatever day, that was. I suppose it was Tuesday or something, right? And then we just get the missile up yesterday. So this was a spike up that failed. So you got the failure from buyers, and then we rug. You get the back test failure from sellers. Then we moon. I mean, wow. I mean, talk about we're so back to it's so over situation during an overnight. So I'm still like, really, I'd much rather trade NQ. Now that I said this, ES will be super clean. And for today, I was wondering it's going to be one of two things, like either NQ is going to stay strong and YM will still, the non-tech components, I should say, right? XLF has just been a dog yesterday. It's going to, YM will lag and ES will just like continue trading in a range, which would kind of suck. Or maybe you get a pullback on NQ and we find some Dow strength and like maybe ES can join in the breakout to the upside. But I mean, keep in mind, ES is going nowhere until it breaks this range one way or another. It also, like I mentioned, had a spike up into the close. I want to say was like 66 maybe. So, we failed up there as well. Just a range play on ES. I really don't love the trade. So I'm just mostly going to focus for today on NQ. Still any dips into these singles, which I just use 940 to keep it simple. I know that I'm looking for some kind of a reactive bid to come in below 940. Got the weekly level of 894 to 911. 885 was the absolute kind of high of that range. The demand that we had left behind on that move from yesterday sits just below there. Like really until or unless you get through yesterday's low and you negate the entire breakout day, then it's done. And you probably have a swing high. NQ fails back into range. I mean, outside of like another wick, right? But if you're offering yesterday's low, I don't know what ES is going to be doing, but I mean, it might be threatening range low. It might be threatening Thursday's range. That would be the bearish scenario that you have to worry about. Until that takes place, I'm looking for longs on NQ on constructive dips. So I'd look and see if we do get a pullback at, I mean, like, again, such headlight driven, and it seems like they're almost like causing bigger moves right now. So I'm a little bit cautious, especially with how awkward yesterday was with the incessant NQ bid, and then everything else was just trash. It seemed a little bit fishy to me. So like my guard is up, but I still have to be objective that NQ was a long until proven wrong. And then ES, like, I'm not even going to look at it, right? Like, I'd rather look at my mother-in-law in her nightgown than look at ES right now. It just looks so disgusting, the price action. Not something I really want to take part in. Again, now that I said it, I'm off on Thursday mornings. I got a couple of the kids and I take them to school and get them ready and all that kind of stuff. And so the moves are usually wild. So maybe something very exciting happens today. I would definitely have an open mind for that. But for me, it's NQ. I'm looking for dips until proven wrong. So any kind of dips below this 940, I'm looking for a responsive bid to come in. Obviously, it was responsive overnight multiple times. Get through this overnight low, and in particularly yesterday's low, then I would start to be extremely cautious unless it's one of these crazy situations where like the Dow components of ES are just face ripping and somehow ES is still chopping and going nowhere. But that's my risk. And so if I am looking for longs, I want to know when I'm wrong. And to me, that's when I'm wrong is clean offers for sure. Yesterday's low, it's kind of looks real bad. But really getting back through this overnight low is no good to me. I don't want to really see this 894 to 911 spot violated again today, unless it was like a quick wick down to like 885 or so. So that's my plan for today. I'm definitely not chasing. Not looking to chase above yesterday's apparent failed spike base. But you've got yesterday's high sitting just above this 069 to 086 level, which has obviously been reactive here overnight. But again, like in terms of extensions, as long as this back test holds, I think 169 was a little bit conservative. This 230 to 246 seems reasonable to me. It just depends on how you draw your range. And whether you kind of use the effective range and apply a profile, or if you just do an absolute range of that multi-day balance break. But again, a little fishy that ES didn't do it. ES and some of the down components were super weak, but there's just nothing there yet for sellers from my perspective. On NQ, it's about yesterday's low and validating the breakout day. ES still needs to get back into last Thursday's range and find some kind of acceptance, leave some trapped inventory overhead. Otherwise, I gotta keep pressing the buy button when I have opportunities. Just take a hot shower afterwards. That's all I'm gonna do.
Yeah, Streamside agreeing with you that it was ES was murdered yesterday. Quick question, because we're almost out of time, but how do you trade LAAF, LBAF? Someone's asking.
Look above and fail, look below and fail. That also is kind of like porn, you know it when you see it, but there are certain levels to me that qualify for a look below and fail, look above and fail. So it's not just like any random level, right? But if you're in the context of a rampant uptrend, for example, okay, all time from like now, okay, a look below and fail is going to be, you're going to see immediate responsive buying. I love to see a volume push into and through the low that I'm monitoring, whatever key level that is. This is ideal. It's never ideal. It's never easy, right? But you see some volume push, through that level that gets met with responsive buyers. And then, like if you're trading the DOM, you'd want to see that tape flip, right? You'd want to see bids start to come in, start slapping, lifting the offer, something aggressive. That if we're in a bull trend, they're going to come in fast. It's not going to be like some slow absorption at this level. They're going to come in and they're going to hit it. If you're in some kind of a balance, it might look a little bit different. It might be a little bit slower. The pace might look a little bit meandering with some absorption that takes place. And then again, whatever you're watching, whether it's price action, whether it's a DOM, you've got a way to know that the tape is flipped. So again, whatever that means to you. But if you're aligning with trend, it's going to happen fast. If it's sort of intermediate with trend, maybe a little bit slower, but that's generally what I'm looking for. Ideally, I get sellers offsides and I look below and fail on some meaningful volume that gets met by buyers, and then they flip and they start to become the aggressors. And then you can just reverse that for a look above and fail. It's never as easy as that. It's never as perfect as that. But that's generally what I'm looking for. And if you don't use a DOM, you can still just use candles and volume. I don't use a DOM. I just watch candles and volume. So if I see something on ES like 10,000 volume in a minute or something, I know there's something going on. And if price just isn't going lower and there's a lot of volume hitting the bid, candle sitting on the downtick, then there's probably somebody on the other side of that, right? So a lot of different ways to skin the same cat, I guess.
Awesome stuff. Pharm, thanks so much. Somebody said, come for the alpha, stay for the stand-up. Fantastic. Right. Thanks for kicking us off right on Thursday. Appreciate it.
Good luck today. Take care.
Okay. As you saw, futures lower, but we saw a little bit of a comeback. But we are dodging headlines. Case in point, and that's the last thing Tracy said before she left on her birthday was watch those headlines. And Trump coming out saying he's ordered the Navy to shoot and kill any boats laying mines in the strait. So that's just kind of where we are. And the poll, majority of you are bullish, but just not as convincing as the last few days. It's split pretty much across the board for neutral and sideways. Okay, let's get to it. We are going to trade the open with Jack and Stowe. Hello, gentlemen. A lot of good information before you came on today, but Stowe, we had a comment in the chat. It's NFL draft today. We just heard Pharm talking about baseball. NFL draft today, and they want to know if you're going to be in the crowd waving the terrible towel.
No. No, it's our sports talk radio actually did a poll. How many of you are going to go down and participate in the draft? The thing about Pittsburgh is whenever a bunch of people show up and make our horrendous traffic even worse than it already is, we kind of just stay home and let them figure out what they're up to. So no,
like, I'm not going down with the I'm not mixing and mingling with the visitors.
Nope.
I don't blame you.
Nope. I'm much more of a baseball guy too. So
okay. Yeah. Well, then I hope you heard Pharm's exciting play-by-play on his Little League coaching endeavor.
Yeah, I hope everybody pays as much attention to Pharm when he talks as I do, because the sliding in of my mother-in-law in her nightgown next to volume profile analysis is so flawlessly perfect. The man is a wizard. So.
I was going to tell him his mother-in-law's in the chat and pissed, but I thought that might be a little bit too worrying. Jack, how are you today?
I'm doing well. Did a little trading overnight with all that volatility and coming into this morning with a couple positions on. I really like the gold trade here today. Metals have had a pretty hard bounce off the bottom, and I'm looking for some continuations right now. I did get 2/3 of a position off short in this MNQs. So maybe I would like to see us retest the RTH low in the NASDAQ here today. I do think we're going to have a little bit more of a two-sided tape. I had some higher time frame Fibonacci targets that were completed at close. And then overnight, I'm not sure what happened around whatever that was, 7 or 8 o'clock, and huge tape bomb. We dropped a couple hundred points in a few minutes. But I'm going in long oil, short indexes, a limit below in gold. And I'm going to have to see how this all plays out. But I'm reduced my risk now in the NASDAQ, which is something I like to do, get 1 or 2/3 of that position off, move that stop to break even, and then look for a runner. So if we can dive off the open, I'll be looking good. Otherwise, probably going to go up for one more punch, maybe through the overnight high before looking for the next rollover.
Awesome. All right. Fantastic setup. Guys, I'll leave you to it. Have a wonderful day. Good luck to you.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right.
Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing good. I got like a half a day of trading in me because I'm hitting the road again. So I'm trying to hit a couple trades and call it a day here.
That's true. You're back on a plane. Where you go? You going to Colorado? You said?
I'm going to Colorado. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yep. Gonna be a good time. Gonna do some whitewater rafting in some 60-degree weather, and I'm sure that river is about 40 degrees. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But
that's cool. Did you figure out what the hell was the thing that Chad told you to get? What was it called?
It was like a wet jacket or something. Or yeah. My brother. I mean, I wasn't sure if they were referring to a wetsuit, if that's the same thing. I've put on those things are really hard to get on, but they're even harder to get off. Yeah, so we'll see. If I get it, I mean, it'd probably be one of the most embarrassing photos I've ever taken. Just like, I don't know if you ever seen it, like skin tight. You look like a seal, basically. So maybe if you want to see an entertaining picture, I'll post a picture of me in a wetsuit, whitewater rafting in April in the Colorado River.
We need that. We definitely need that for sure.
Yeah. Good morning. I can never run for office. That's for sure.
Good morning, chat. How yins doing? How yins living today?
Sausage casing. That's funny.
Good morning, Wit. Yes, very true.
not not how I pictured my weekend eventually, but oh man, yeah, great bid out of the metals out of these lows here in the overnight session. I mean, they were getting sold off pretty hard, but I'm going to be paying attention to that here today.
Yeah, I was looking at this. I did not look at anything last night, and this whatever happened and immediately unhappened itself at what was that? I guess that was like 8 Eastern time last night. What, like a casual 200 point death candle in NQ that immediately kicked itself back. So I don't know. If that's the. Yeah, I had a weird trading day yesterday. I was trying to lean long both ES and NQ, and kind of what Pharm talked about. ES was a nightmare because everything else was not going up like NQ is going up. And ES finally hit all the stuff that I wanted it to hit all day, like at 4:10 as soon as the market closed. But for that reason, I'm kind of in like, I don't know. My prep work is split. NQ is firmly bullish at the moment above like 938. So I'm going to just keep my eye on NQ for the most part. We've built this volume node up here. This is the primary node down here that we've been living in for the week. If we lose that 938, I can start to think about retracing maybe back, but that thing is as bullish as it could be. But if I go to ES, this is where the conflicting stuff happens. People ask me about this a little bit, so since I'm on in the morning thing and we have some time to kill before the stuff happens, this is what I look at for prep. For the first couple days of the week, I use the previous week's VWAP closes. So I put this 71.25 on my chart, and it's served as a pretty decent pivot. Now that we're into Wednesday, I can start to use this week's bands as guides. So it's pretty flat. It's pretty balanced. Unlike NQ, we've made one singular node. We haven't made a bunch of separate ones. So this means ES is neutral and NQ is bullish. So whenever they're not friends, they're more like acquaintances right now. So whenever they're acquaintances, I have my head on a little more of a swivel than normal. But all that being said, this big purple guy, this is the +1 and +2 of the monthly. And we are firmly in hardcore. I mean, we can go all the way back. If you follow this purple guy all the way back here into this gap down that we reclaimed it, like we are hardcore monthly trend up on both ES and NQ. So all that being said, I lost my NQ, guys. But yeah, so I'm long neutral. That's how I'm feeling today.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I mean, even though I am short NQ here, but I'm short just from an intraday position. Just got target one hit on the CL that I have. But yeah, yesterday on that spike down, whatever that caused that, I'm sure. I looked at the news and there was like nothing. I was like, maybe somebody knows something that isn't announced yet. But we came into the 50% retracement from that Tuesday close low, which was, basically that dip low before the talks were extended. That level in the NASDAQ was at 28,844, which was, within a point or two of the overnight low. Instant bid. So that's kind of for the rest of the week, really, which is only 2 days, if we continue to stay above that, I'm looking for another new high, really up into 27,260, 270 level might be my anticipation if we continue to not be able to do that. But, still bullish overall. And if we could get a test of the RTH low yesterday, I got a level down at 26,010s. That would be like a money spot for me. I'd love to see trade. But yeah, I think, the ES really, like you said, it's a little more neutral bias here than the NASDAQ. We haven't been getting those new highs. It kind of looks like a wedge on the higher time frame. So
Yeah.
And you know, the other thing is, you know, for obviously all of the previous week, it was every market, new highs every day, higher lows. You know, that's tapered a little bit here with, you know, the YM taking out both the YM in the overnight session took out Wednesday's low and Tuesday's low and basically got back to the Sunday night open in the YM. And the Russell is kind of losing a little bit of steam here. Overnight lows once again took out Wednesday's low and Tuesday's low. So that's the first time we've actually seen in some of these, in more than one index, the prior day's lows taken out. Not that that makes us bearish on a higher time frame, but just more puts us in a scenario where you actually have a two-sided market. You know, money can be made on both sides, as opposed to last week, where if you found yourself short, man, you better have covered that position within 20 minutes because it didn't work for longer than that.
Yeah. Yeah. True. The other thing about ES, there, from an order flow perspective, there is a seller up here. He has been a pain in the ass. Every time we get up here, 69 to 75 area, someone absorbs a ton and then eventually gets pissed. I had a great short on, it was Monday? No, it was Tuesday. Great ES short on Tuesday off of that 68 spot, and we can't clear it. So I would love to, because I like buyers more than sellers. But like you said, if it's a rotational market and YM and Rusty are going down and Q's going up, ES is going to be in its feelings. It's going to be confused. It's going to be balancing and rotating. So.
Yeah. The other thing is, you know, it's really interesting to see, maybe the correlation is broken, but I doubt it's broken for long, is the consistent higher high, higher low we got going on in oil here this week. You know, the gap up Sunday, held the lows Tuesday, bid into the close Tuesday, pull back Wednesday, overnight, new swing highs into the close. As ES and NQ were bumping into those highs, you know, so was oil at the end of the day. That's really not something we've seen here. And then again, in the overnight session, indexes kind of swept down into some lows, but the oil market, you know, we started bidding back up towards $100, overnight highs, 97.22s. We've pulled back here to basically the close of the prior day. And that's kind of where I got my positioning idea long. Just had that first, if you're looking at my screen, this little blue bar, that's something I look for after coming out of, you know, a potential price level of support. If I'm looking for confirmation, that's something I look for. That's one of two things for me. That's an ATR increase, which is a 50% increase in the average ATR. And then I'm looking for the pullback after that, which is how I base my entry there. And it also is what I refer to as a trend bar, which is a three or more of three. I have 5 momentum indicators that I look at. And when 3 or more trigger in one direction in less than 25 minutes, this bar will paint blue if it's to the upside, or a deep red to the downside. So that's where my entry is based on in this specific trade. But if oil can continue to bid up back above 95 quarter here, you know, which is a bit of ways away. And if we hold this low here this morning, because this was just a light sweep of the overnight low, just that standard sweeping action, immediately bid, no follow through. And there's that punch up higher. I don't know if we're getting a tape bomb here, but or just an increase of volatility in the morning. But watch oil, guys. If we start bidding above 95 and indexes are still holding, don't expect them to hold for long. But yes, good morning, chat, and thank you to everybody saying hi. Welcome. We do have something coming up here before we get too deep, but we actually have a end of the month Arena Cup coming up. Ooh. So it's something that you guys are going to want to sign up for. I believe I'm going to be participating. I haven't actually gotten too active in any of the Arena Cups, but here it is. End of the month battle. This is like an announcement for me too, guys. This is the first time I'm seeing this graphic. End of the month battle. It's a close. I'm competing with Nick and Chris, it looks like. So make sure you get a sign up. We got the link at the top of the chat here. But this is something that I was aware of last week, but this makes it official 4:30 here. That's going to be coming up a week from today. So be ready for that. Make sure you guys are signed up. Come in. I'm going to be teaching and trading into the close. It's going to be the three of us. You got two great traders right beside me, and I'm looking forward to it.
Production, throw that back up one more time. Look at my boy Nick in that leather jacket. Man, Nick's a good looking dude. He got those new headshots. I'm just like, man, what a smooth guy. Would you mess with that guy? I wouldn't.
No,
certainly not.
I can't tell if he's the model or what's going on here. It's like, look, it looks like a rock star ad. I'm not sure if I'm going to a concert or competing in a trading competition.
That's what I'm saying. Oh man, Nick's so cool.
Love that.
Hey, morning, Merritt. Wood.
Merritt, good to see. Is that Merritt, or is that another Merritt?
I don't know.
I can't tell.
It's his picture.
Is it his picture? Is it another like anon troll pretending to be like the Nick for a Sig stuff? Freaking cracks me up. It's like, who is this guy? Oh man. Funny.
Yeah, thanks for saying hi, chat. Yes, good morning. Good morning. What's the chat? How's the vote going? What's the chat think this is gonna happen? Where'd the poll go?
I gave mine. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think we switched the links out, but I gave my neutral bias here.
All right.
Green dots. So these green dots, if this is what you're referring to, that just measures the overnight low or the day's low, I believe. Let me just actually expand that. Yeah. That's the range, just the range. The high of the day and the low of the day. So you red on top and green on the bottom. Yeah, merit for a turkey. I hope he gets one. I'm a hunter myself. I've actually never turkey hunted, but I just elk hunt. It's kind of.
Good morning, Craig. Is that Craig? Is that a quote?
Yeah, from Trump.
Do you use this many exclamation points when you talk?
That's funny. Good morning, Andre.
It's crazy. Oh my goodness.
Salma, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Selma.
What do you mean you're chopped liver? If you've been in the chat, have we not been giving you your attention this morning?
Well, good morning. Good morning, damn it.
Well, sorry. It's kind of hard to keep up. I got to watch 4 screens, the chat, 2 chats, my own positions. I mean, sometimes I feel like I don't know how to juggle balls, but I am juggling so many things every time I'm on here or anything. I don't know if anybody can juggle. What are those things? Bowling pins? I mean, that's crazy.
Could be chainsaws if you get really good at it.
Oh my God. I feel like you can secretly do that. You're just going to bust out chainsaws one day and just be juggling them on stream while they're on.
No, I can't juggle anything that involves coordination outside of playing a musical instrument. F-.
I was gonna say, man, you're the lead singer here. I don't know.
That's the one thing I can do. It's the one.
I don't want to hear you're not
thing.
coordinated. I mean, that's got to be really helpful when it comes. You probably make the least amount of fat finger mistakes out of anybody I know that trades. Being a musical talented guy, like those things got to be dialed. Those got to be dialed.
I only got 3 hotkeys, so I quickly hit them. I do wear out my alt button holding it down sometimes all day, so that has happened. But
that's funny. Yes, Salma, you're hilarious. You're right. Pause. All right, nothing like a little troll to get my Thursday morning going.
I would like it if Trump could change his sign off from "thanks for the attention to this matter" to "thanks for monitoring the situation." I think that would get more eyeballs on those tweets, and that could start a whole new bit. So if anybody has his ear, let him know that's the new sign off.
Yeah. If anybody has his ear, let me know when he's going to tweet anything out too.
Shoot, you're right. I forgot. Yeah, I lost my chance at generational wealth, and I just wanted a joke instead. That's classic me.
Yeah, forget about the money. Let's get some humor in here. That's a humble man, Stowe. You're not even thinking about how you can take advantage of that situation. You're just looking for a good time.
I just like jokes. I just like it.
That's funny.
Morning, Fractal. Good morning, brother. A lot of the OGs in here. Dude, it's cool to have, like, I've been doing this for a year, and you guys are still hanging out. Like, I still know a ton of you. It really is cool. I love seeing you. Oh, I forgot to put that clock thing on. We figured out that there's a clock indicator, and I was going to put it on because I hide my taskbar, so I never know what time it is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So clock indicator, you just put it on your chart?
I think so.
Cool.
Yeah. Nick and I found, somebody told us about it yesterday. It's like a session time thing. It's in NinjaTrader ecosystem somewhere. I just need to go dig it up. Oh, thank you, DA33. I was also trying to be long ES, and that was a total pain. So what I should have just done is close the ES chart and only paid attention to NQ because it was much cleaner, much easier. But I got some good ads on yesterday. A bunch of people ask me how many trades I take in a day every time I post something, like a screenshot, or when I close the trade that was on the stream or something and I tweet it. It's only really just one trade. I'm just in and out of it a lot. It's the kind of like this in the same way that Pax is like long above the opening range. That's just one trade. But if he gets 6 rotations, he's got 6 different trades inside the trade. So I'm trying to figure out how to explain that a little better when I'm doing that, so that's a little clearer. I don't know. Do you think about that at all? Like, do you add or pull? Like, do you have any system for that, like riding a trend, or how do you approach that, Jack?
So when I take a trade, the quicker the reaction, the further I move my targets up. So I have 2 different strategies that I want run. One is just an all-in, all-out strategy. So single target, single profit, which typically I do on much larger, very confident trends. And then I have and if that's the case, if I'm entering one of those trades, I'll address that first. It's all about trailing. So, I always say 25 minutes is just a number I look at. If I can be in a trade at a level and within 25 minutes, we're 2x the ATR my direction, I stop thinking about price as an exit and start thinking about time as an exit. Because a lot of times you don't know how far it's going to go. We can all have price levels, but you've really got to hold for an extended period of time if you're going to get a big R trade, in my opinion. You're not out in 25 minutes hitting a 10R trade. At least I'm not. Like, that doesn't happen unless there's some freak move. But for example, CL here, I have, the level of which we came off of, very important structure level for me. I bought the first pullback of that level. I've taken a third off. Just at an immediate bounce. Mm-hmm. I'll take another third off, kind of mid-range, just an expected continuation. And then I got that runner on for that potential, hey, you know what? I think oil has a 30% chance of getting a new high of the day through the overnight session. That chance is below 50, but I'm just going to have my target all the way up there. And as we build structures, so as we build structure in the CL, if we come up, I'll just be able to move up my stops on the remainder of the position. I think holding a full position, with the anticipation that you're going to swing it and hold it for a long period of time is much harder than taking partials, because you're not as emotionally attached to every little tick of profit or loss that you're swinging. So that's how I do that.
Cool. That's great. Thank you, man. Yes, Salma, I did unpack, but you got to remember, I didn't really pack. So this is what I do to pack for a trip. How many days are there? I'm like, that's the underwear. That's the socks. Put them in. Shirts, put them in. This is it. It's very fast. Just throw everything you need in the bag. And then when I get home, I empty it all out into the washing machine. I press go, and it's done. Very
Cool.
low maintenance.
Yeah, Mac. I have something like that, but feel free to hit me up on Twitter if that's something you're willing to share with me. I have 4 different screens, so I have a bunch of things going on, but I always keep track of the time of the entry. But if I could make it visible right on this chart here for the ninjas, I think that'd be helpful for people to see how long I've been in this trade. So, for example, this MNQ trade I've been in for an hour and 6 minutes. So I have hit 2/3 of my profit. My stop is break even on the remainder. After my second target, my stop always goes to break even. And you can see that target I got is below the overnight low. That's quite a call to anticipate a move down there. I would say there's probably a 20% chance of that happening. But I'm okay with that 20% chance, because if we get down there, my targets, as I mentioned this morning, I am kind of in a belief that if not today, maybe tomorrow, we do retest yesterday's regular trading hour session low in the NASDAQ, and that is 26,810s. And I think that's where I got my target, or somewhere around there. Yeah, 817.
Well, it is bearish Thursday. So, I mean, if you're going to get it, it could be today.
I agree. I just hope it's before I gotta leave my home. I have to, I'm. Someone's asking if I'm unpacked. I'm not even packed for. I gotta leave at 4:00. I'm not even packed. Like I gotta. This is the life of a traveling trader, I guess. But I got a gold limit down at 4737.2 right now. Still looking for a fill there. And we'll see. It is looking like a little bit of an H pattern, this wedging out here. I don't know if, Salma, would you consider that your H? Do you ever look at that like pattern type? Is that something out of your book, Stowe?
Nah. Well, I don't look at time candles at all, really. I'm just like my candles are just volume. So I'm more using the candles as just like pace, speed. Mm-hmm. Because it for ES I use 3,000 volume, NQ I use 500, and as they speed up and slow down, that helps me with just reading the tape and reading the order flow. I also find that it's just it's easier to spot just silly locations of okay, here's where this was, here's where this was. I try not to, I don't look at any patterns or anything like that. I have a weird thing where I can't look at, I tried to learn candlestick shapes. You know how people do that? There's dojis and gravestones and all kinds of stuff. I can't look at a candlestick and know what shape it is. Something is broken in my brain where that pattern doesn't show up. So once I found volume candles, I switched over to those, and that it became a little easier for me.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, I'm aware of some of the patterns. I do not have them memorized. If we're in a wedge, I know what a wedge looks like, but I'm not trading that wedge. I've never measured the distance between the high and the low of the wedge. And when we broke the wedge, I'm anticipating an equidistant move. Yeah, that's not something. But someone's brought up the H, and I'm I kind of see how the pattern exists. It's not something that I'm oh, we're in an H pattern, I'm going to break down. I'm already short. The H pattern is after, if we can kind of get it. I mean, it's basically just a test of support, a retest of support, and then a push under. But I always say patterns they're just winding up. I look at everything as like a jack in the box. You're just winding it up. When we're in a consolidation, just that wind, and then you get the boom. The price goes surprise, and then we run to targets.
Yeah, I think also a lot of that stuff. There's just a million different ways to look at the same stuff, and I think I see a lot of that stuff on a volume profile that people are seeing when they draw a wedge. I'll just see as a consolidation period on the volume profile. So
yeah, 100%.
All right, we're off, baby.
Ding, ding, ding.
No, Chunky, I do not use Heikin-Ashi candles. They are fake and a scam. No, I'm just kidding. I just say that because XY uses them. I like to tease him. No, I don't use those. I just use normal. Just some normal candles.
Baby whales. Baby whale. That's a great name. It says H patterns are good for down days. I'm gonna have to remember that because look, those down days that are really hard to get in probably filled with H patterns. So I'm gonna have to remember that. Yeah. Yeah. Everything works with enough information, right? Some of the time, at least.
Everything works 100% of the time, 60% of the time.
Yeah. That'd be even a great everything. Yeah. If I get something that works 60% of the time, and even if it's got a 1R, that's a positive.
Hell yeah. We would
I'll
all
take it.
kill for that.
Let me know.
We would.
Let me know. See here.
So now it's ES's turn to come straight out the gate up, and then Q is trying to be in his feelings. Okay.
Yeah. Looking for pull my little scanner in here and fairly bullish on the indexes. YM and Russell are reading a little more bullish than the other indexes here for me, at least.
Did not look at the news drops,
which is interesting. And then I don't know if anybody trades currencies, but the only bearish thing I got is the 6S, the Swiss franc. So
okay, got PMI at 945. Good to
that'll
keep
be
that
a
in
mover.
mind.
Yes, that's going to be a market mover for sure. So
Well, there was once a time, Jack, where I would say things like, it's just an orange folder. I'll be fine. And then one day, the orange folder caused a velocity logic event, and old Stowe lost a bunch more money than he risked. So for those reasons, I now respect the orange folder.
Yeah. I was long a CPI event in 2021, I think it was, and I think I had like 70 points of slippage. I was like, oh.
Woof, 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 woof.
Yeah, it was like a 400 point 2-minute candle, or like I was like insane. It's the biggest move I've ever seen. It was the biggest move I've ever seen in a single minute. Oh. Yeah, but clearly the market had mispriced that risk. How many markets do I watch? I actually don't even know, but all of these, however many that is, because some of these are duplicates, like 10 to 15 on any given day. I actually have on a watch list probably about 20, but like some of them are duplicates because it's like MES, ES, etc. I take the signals off the ES as opposed to the MES just because of the volume, and it's the bigger market. My first target does not cover the entire risk I have on the remainder of my position. It reduces the total amount of risk down to, if I'm risking 3, it'll reduce the total amount of risk down to 1, because I will have taken a partial profit, and then so I'm a third off, and then the remainder of my stop basically goes down to 33% of the original risk, which is enough for me. I don't think it always has to go to break even. But if I hit my second target, clearly I'm in profit, stop goes to break even. So you'll see this CL trade, assuming it hits targets, which it looks like it's going to, but I don't want to jinx myself. As soon as that target is hit, you'll see my stop just automatically goes to break even. I don't even touch it.
The seller up here at 720s. Still being rewarded. Spot I'm watching for in NQ is 938 ish. Actually, it's gonna be moving, so I need to keep an eye on it. Oh, there it is. Okay. It's like, where the hell my candles go? All right, it's like 940 now. Okay. It's like that little spike base. Okay. I'd like to see this dip down here and respect these lows still. Still kicking off this previous week high at 884. I think you can stay in this node. Salma, ping me if your Russell or Dow are doing anything wacky. Salma had this is a great example of two opposite positions. Yesterday, someone was like, "I'm going to take this. The Russell looks like garbage. I'm going to short this thing." And I was trying to be long ES, and her short ended up paying out very well. Paulo, on ES, I still have this 925. I mean, ES is not in a place where I'm watching any specific levels to hold anything because it's neutral. This is just my. So right now it's fighting. It's +1 on the current week at 55. It's trying to get up in here and it's failing this. So this is in neutral balance until it's above 55. So I'm kind of waiting for it to fight with this thing and get it over with. It's going to need help. I don't really want to get in a position here until after the PMI comes out. So I'll see what it wants to do, and then if we make some time up here, I'll look to come back here and get back in at 55 if it's going to start to do bullish stuff today. Carlton, you need help, not ES. I don't know how to help you. I can do my best. I'm a pretty helpful person, but I'll need some more specifics.
How can I help you, sir? All right.
Thank you for choosing NinjaTrader. How can I help you?
I'd like to, if I ever needed help with, I feel like I need to hear Stowe's voice, just that calm, making you feel good, getting taken care of.
It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Everything's fine.
The sauce. The sauce is having here. Just watch my screen closely. We're about to hit this target. My stop. I'm gonna put my hands in the air so you don't touching anything. We're gonna go. Come on, get up there. It's about 10 ticks away, which could happen in a second or 2 minutes. Who knows? But my stop will go at auto break even. That's the sauce. That's it called auto trail stop. NinjaTrader function. NinjaTrader function. Really takes and that's why, like, a lot of people like, how do you trade so many markets? I'm like, because a lot of things I do, I just have to pick my entry and then kind of everything else is done. So there you go. Stop goes to break even, just hands in the air. But I think the more things that you can just let the computer do, the better. So my job is really just analyze trends, introduce entries, and then let it roll.
I'm kind of backing up this 55 now. I don't hate it. There's a lot of liquidity above too. Cool. This is promising.
Yep. About 15 more points. I'll be taken out on the final third of my NQ.
Yes, Parker, it sure is. Entry is the hard part.
Well, good entry is the hard part. I actually think it's the easiest part of a trade.
What, good entry or bad entry?
Just finding a good, bad entry is really easy. We call that just clicking buttons. But like, I actually think the entry is the easiest part of the trade because, that's like the decision you make. It's when the position moves against you. Like, are you adding? I mean, not that I think that's a good idea, but just where are you going to hold it to? Where your stop is, but like, of course, finding a good entry is, hard. But like, as far as like the process of it, I kind of think the entry is the easiest.
I like that. That's fair. It's the now what that, like, once you're in, it's like, okay, now what? Now what the hell are you gonna do?
Yeah,
that's when the emotions start to party.
Of course, you want an entry that instantly goes your way, but like, that's like another conversation. You're not picking the lows or highs of the day, but.
Might be leaving me in the cold. Sometimes if you make a decision not to trade before a news event, this is what can happen. You're going to miss points. You're going to miss opportunity. This 55 is doing lots of work. Cleared it, pulled back. This buyer is still standing here. This is all good stuff. This is a good entry. Without this news thing dropping at 9:45, I'm in right here, but I have to follow the rules that I set out for myself ahead of time. Otherwise, I'll start not following rules, and that is a slippy slope.
Yeah, nothing for me to do. I mean, I am going to leave my gold limit out there in the open. I'll let that potentially fill, but taking out on the final bit of my NQ and CL, I got to stop and break even on the final bit. So we got 4 minutes of hands sitting on hands.
This is bid city right now. The bid is angry.
Yeah, everything.
I mean, this was. I'll pull up I'll pull the DOM over, and we can look at that for a second. So this is this column over here is the bid pull stack. You see, this is like pretty vacuous right here. And this is a bunch of stack on this side. So this is what started as soon as this 56, 57 cleared. You can kind of see down here. This was right here, 57. This was a pretty big auction. I mean, big comparison to what's been going on already. And then the numbers thin out, and then the numbers get thick again. So this is how I use the recent bid and ask to kind of see these mini spots of vacuum in between where price finds a new auction where it wants to find two-way trade again. So when you have these big spots, little spots, followed by bigger spots, this is how the market is showing that it is in price discovery mode to the upside. And you'll see this also to the downside too. But this is how you zoom in. This is how you enhance. And we might come back and talk to that person again. That would be cool for me. That's when it gets easy. That's an easy day. So I would like an easy Thursday. I think I've been nice to the market gods this week. I don't think I've said anything bad.
What is an easy market for you?
Oh, easy market for me it's doing it right now. If this wants to keep doing it, that would be great. Easy market for me is quick auction off the open, higher, retest the opening print, and then just start to hold in this upper band. I can nip these pullbacks as the volume profile builds, and just look for my upper range targets. My first range target is 771. We have overnight high and previous day close all up here, so this would be my first spot to take profit. Had it not been in that news, if the news isn't pending, I probably rip into this. I'd probably get in right here on this candle. I probably don't even wait for that retest if I'm being completely honest. So, but yeah, this stuff. And then ES will pull back, test its +1, maybe test its VWAP. So yeah, these are all opportunities to continue long and then just scalp my way up to previous day high and be done. That would be easy market.
And do you prefer that setup like to the upside, or like would you feel like it was just as easy assuming the same setup and your bias is bearish to the downside, or is it just like this specifically a long thing for you?
Oh no, it's just long. Long is easy.
Yeah,
bearish is much harder.
I agree 100%.
Oh wow, it's very, very sneaky over here on the NQ bid. It's very grouchy. Yeah, the NQ book thinned out quite a bit, so I'm glad I'm not in this market.
Yep.
That spread got wide. No, a big actually up until this year, I've historically been so bad at trading what appears to be the exact same thing that I would do to the upside, to the downside, because I was just applying the exact same strategy that I would do with the upside in reverse, and it wasn't working. And that's one of many, many great tips I've gotten from Leo, is he's just like, dude, these are two different things, man. You need a whole separate way to approach that. You can't really do the same stuff. Like, the pullbacks are different. Short covering, profit taking from longs is a lot different experience than short covering from people who are short. So, and you're in different volatility environments usually when you're going down.
Yeah.
So it's more extreme, but I'm very happy with how I've been able to work on that the last couple months. Grateful for this crazy market, believe it or not. Lion's Den.
Question: why is bearish much harder for you guys? Well, for me, I think it offers lower R in trading. I've had some great short trades, but typically the volatility is a little lower to the upside, so I can have smaller stops than when we're in a bearish market. Volatility is obviously higher, so it forces me to use larger stops. So I simply mathematically cannot have as big of R trades because my stops go wider and my targets aren't necessarily, I mean, like, had you gotten like, I mean, just look at that move down. That move down to make that low took 6 months. Okay, from the all-time high. It took us 3 weeks to get back to highs. What's the easier trade? Chopping lower for 6 months or getting long for 3 weeks for the same amount of points? I mean, it's just mathematically speaking, simply put, longs are an easier trade.
It's a lot harder for me to take profit on a short correctly also, because you'll get like, instead of, I mean, you'll get like, there will be obvious short targets, like there will be overnight low or there will be the weekly open or things like that you're targeting as you get close. But the market will tend to take profit on longs or on shorts in front of those places. So you're getting, when somebody takes profit on a short, that is a market buy order. And so they're creating buy orders at spots that are also probably going to be buy spots too. So you've got like two different things happening at once. Man, this thing is fucking partying. All right, there's the overnight high. And there's that first target. Sorry, I might need to think about this.
Taking profit on a short doesn't necessarily have to be a market order. It could be a limit, but
no, I just mean like it creates a buy.
Okay.
So like that is somebody buying something in the market at a spot where people are also probably buying, because that is the overnight low. That's a place where somebody was also a buyer at some point, if it was a spot that is a target for a short. And I mean, the market goes up. So
yeah,
there's also that. So you're fighting, I don't know, nature. You're fighting America. I don't know. I'm just kidding. But that's why I find it to be hard. Just the velocity of those reversals are greater than the ones that are coming off of an up day.
There's probably, you probably can actually like statistically explain that choppy markets or down markets are choppier than up markets. I mean, it also depends on the velocity of the move, the velocity of this move. I mean, I don't think for a second this move to the upside was choppy. I mean, we literally were up day over day over day over day over day over day. So I don't know how you can consider that choppy.
It was too easy. It was awesome. That was a great week, actually.
Yeah.
Even Thursday wasn't that bad. That was the only day that wasn't straight up. And even then, it was fine. It was hard to get into any trouble on Thursday. All right. So we've run the overnight high. We hit my first squiggly line. And this is a little exhaustive bubble up here. We zoom in. This is an exhaustive profile on the delta volume profile as well. Only 8 lots tried to trade up there, and then They came back in on the sell side. So still thinking, still hands off. Okay.
What is that?
All right. Check this out real quick before it disappears. So this is that big of a sweep right there that no lots were traded on the bid side for like 3 points in ES. So when that happens, that is a violent market order that takes out that many limit orders in a row. So someone marketed in enough lots to wipe out those strikes. So that's another good way to use the bid and ask when you see that stuff.
That's cool.
Let's see.
Yeah, you have such a small time frame chart. I'm looking at your chart. I'm looking at mine. I'm like, mine's not moving that fast. Why is yours moving so fast?
Yeah, well, yeah, I like to get in the weeds. Oh, wow, that been bought right back up.
Yeah. I think I may just get out of the remainder of this CL and wait for a new setup. I'm going to take that off and put another order out there. So
I'm thinking.
93.30 limit there in CL now. Just looking for us to kind of retest here that bottom.
What's crude doing, Jack?
Crude has been rallying out of that low we made this morning before we got on, but kind of coming up to the mid range. So I don't know if, still with these indexes kind of flying higher, like I think one of them is going to break. So I just took the final third of my position off here and I'm looking to reload lower. I still think we can kind of balance down here. And so I'm looking to buy pullbacks and till one of them really gets going, whenever that is. But yeah, thank y'all for tuning in this morning. As a reminder for anybody who wasn't here before, a week from today, we have a Ninja Cup Arena for the close. So I know you guys are here in the morning, but you should tune by in the close. 2:00. We got Handsome Nick, Handsome Chris, and me. And it's going to be just a few hours of your time. You guys should definitely sign up. I have not been given the details on the products, but I'm really looking forward to them being a few because sometimes the end of the day isn't moving much. So I think it could be about market selection, which I love to do. Maybe trade some new products with you guys, show some strategies. You got 3 great traders and one guy in a boy band. That's Nick. But
Daddy's home. That is hope.
But yeah, make sure you sign up. There's the link in the chat, guys. So just click it on. Good morning, Nick.
No good.
He's lingering.
I'll think about it.
9:55 coming up. I always pay attention to this 9:55 time frame. Sometimes there's a lot of reversals, like right at 9:55 as we go into 10:00. That first 30 minutes is coming to an end. Good morning, Method. But yeah, sign up for the link and hit that like button. No, I know it's Nick for a sig, but I think it's Nick, actually. I think it's like Nick's friend. I think Nick for a sig knows Nick.
He doesn't.
He doesn't?
The seller gets some, that might have been a better short there. So I'm really selling it NQ right now. What you so? It's gonna take everything they got to get through this 2750 guy. And the thing about sellers is they always let me down.
Sorry to hear that. I'm thinking we're gonna roll over.
Yeah, I'm short, but it's not the world's greatest entry. Oh, you got 58.25.
I'm getting short. What? Oh, no, I just had an order error. I gotta get out of this gold position. That was. Oh no, that's not an order error. I thought for a moment something happened.
You got to keep going, NQ. You're the only thing that has got any hope for me to get lower. And it's just fighting down
I'm
here.
trying to get short ES here. Just right around here.
Nah, it sucks. It's like a beach ball. Come on.
Push it lower.
Thank you, Leo. I appreciate you. Appreciate you rooting for me. Yeah, you're going to need to continue off that VWAP NQ. Nope.
I think we can roll. Let's see, open. If we do, I
Nope.
wouldn't be surprised to see the open taken out. 15 ones.
Well, that was weird.
Wow. Limit down. I got a friend of mine who is short a boatload of Carvana. I cannot, or not Carvana. I keep saying Carvana. Wow. No. Wow. So currently short MES, got multiple targets out there, long gold. Gonna be interesting to see them. If they both work, I'll be surprised. They're both kind of like, yeah, they're kind of opposite. But staggered my targets down, tight first one. Stop is actually equidistant to my first target on this specific position. And then I got basically the open and a runner below. $500 off the high in Avis. Pretty crazy. That is one of the bigger moves I've ever seen. Historic.
Is that that's some sort of short squeeze thing?
Yeah, basically went from 100 to 850 in like a month. And then we went from 850 to 300 in 2 days.
That's crazy.
Yeah, those types of moves are the types of moves that when they do turn, that is a one-way train. They act a little different than any of the products we trade. We don't see moves like that because we trade baskets with their high liquidity and really aren't susceptible to that. But yeah, this gold is getting no love here. I'm actually just gonna see if we can get back up. Should have not moved my order up. Par went to 850. There's first target there in ES. And
The hell? Oh,
Yeah,
man. Weird. Oh, that sucks. My position got reversed somehow. That's weird.
I hate it when that happens.
What the world? I thought I was short. I was staring at NQ. Dang it. All right. Well, I need to take a second because that's annoying. Glad you got in that, Jack.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, when you pointed out that order flow, I started looking at, some of what I look at, and I was like, I think I could probably take this long. Let's see here. I'm going to do
We're back to the 55 guy, and he is gone. Let's see if we can dig out of this.
He's going to be back to the open here. And CL bidding up to highs here now too. All righty. Interesting.
All right, we're going to try this long here. Not loving it.
I think we're going a little lower, actually. I'm going to go down to 30s, 37s. Wouldn't be surprised to see us get back to that 845 low there at 7136s. We'll see, though. That's another area we've been rejecting once again at that, you mentioned the ES, the consolidation that the ES has had more than the NASDAQ, kind of getting sold into the high. We had the high last Friday, Monday high sold into pre-market, sold off from the open Tuesday.
Woof.
And, here again today, yesterday's high in the ES 71.73. We get up to 71.71, seeing rejection again. That could be the lower high for the day. If that's going to be another day of a lower high, if we don't take out that high. Now, it's a little early to make that call. But
that was nasty.
Car did an offering of some kind, and then they pre-released their earnings so they could start liquidating their positions without being accused of insider trading. There was a bunch of interesting market mechanics that you can read all sorts about on how that occurred. Two funds owned like 80% of the float through swaps or some crazy thing like that, but they couldn't sell it because they're larger than 10% holders. So they're not allowed to sell, which I did not know this rule. If you were larger than a 10% institutional holder and you trade out of a position in less than 6 months that you entered, you owe the profits to the company.
Interesting. I didn't know
I
that
had
either.
no idea. I've been trading for 15 plus years. I have no idea that existed. So that's part of the reason that these institutions long a lot of Avis couldn't sell out. Good morning, Nick. The real Nick is here.
Hey, Nick. What's up, brother?
Daddy's home.
All right. I am.
Nick, did you hear all my nice compliments about your headshots today? You're looking great in that jacket, bro.
Nick, fantastic. Nick, I agree. Nick's got the best headshot. They might as well put him on the front page of NinjaTrader. Right,
well, they made me eat garbage on that stop to the tick on my first shot getting into that 55. But we're in it now. The tape definitely flipped down there.
Yep.
I need NQ to hold this open on this retest. And it is 10:04. Okay.
Yeah, I dragged my second target into that, moved back up, and just moved my stop down to my final third to break even because I didn't like that bid. And it would have hit my target had I not moved it down, so I moved it back up. That's just simple, silly stuff, but we'll see. Now I'm just riding free.
Just like Motorcycle Nick, dude. Oh, that's a good one. If Nick for a Sig's in the chat, if you want to make Motorcycle Nick, I think that's our next bit that I'm working on. Okay, talk to the 55 guy again.
Gold coming out of that bid. That 37.2 was my original bid here since this morning, since I got on. Really good reaction so far on that, and actually ES bouncing off of kind of the same time. They're trading together a little bit here right now, looks like.
Okay, 55. So now that I'm in this, I have to think about logical targets. The next logical target, if we can hold this moment out of the initial opening range, my next target's going to be the +1. I'm just kind of front running the +1 here at this little baby ledge. We can go talk to him again. NQ still needs to clear its VWAP at 70.29, so I need a higher high over there. If my boy NQ could do me a solid, that would be sick. There's definitely people selling it, though.
Gold kind of coming back in. Don't really like that rejection there.
That's so thin. Woof. Okay. Talk to 55 again. Both testing the -1s. Definitely a buyer still there on NQ. We got a little jump. Smiling where you are.
Took off my gold here, just not liking this retest. Took it off for a few ticks. I'm gonna try it a little lower.
I don't like this. I don't like that we rejected this stuff so far. So I would like to cruise back through this. I did add one more 55.50. I'm going to tuck this up here now. I can deal with the little tighter stop. A little frustrated, I'm a little emo about me screwing up that position. And when that happens, I need to do a little cognitive reset. So it can be a little more challenging to do when you're streaming because it's like you're doing a lot of stuff. You're aware that you're talking to people on the internet while you're also trying to manage a position. So when you make a mistake, which I must have made, and accidentally got long when I thought that I had just changed my stop, you got to do a reset. Otherwise, you can send yourself down.
Yep. And that right there, ladies and
stupidity
gentlemen,
spiral.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's great self-awareness. And that's something we probably on here don't talk about enough, but him just walking himself through his emotions and being aware of his own state of mind is something extremely important in trading, because the biggest mistakes you're going to make is when you are unaware of your own state of mind and continue to force things when they shouldn't be forced. So, I mean, awesome to you, man. Just being aware of that, being aware of where you are mentally is so crucial to trading, because your worst days, my worst days are going to come from when you're unaware of that, ignoring those signs and just making mistakes.
Yes, sir. Just need to get through this 60 guy and keep fighting with VWAP a little bit, but this buyer is really trying. Yeah, so this is This is a lot of heavy buying here, crossing the spread. And then we got the same thing over on NQ. Trying to buy. So we're on that team at the moment, but if they don't get through, that's absorption and it ain't gonna work. So
Salma's trading the Russell, the mighty Russell.
what you doing, Salma? What's that Rusty up to?
Let's see here. Oh. I really just like oil longs here today. It's kind of like my favorite trade right now, actually. The indexes are still they're reading bullish for me, but I want to see them kind of get into a deep low that we can trade from. Like, I'm bullish, but we're kind of up at the high of that range. It's so much easier to get long after a puke. And if we get a puke later today, just if you're not in it, just remember we're going to set up long after. And that's going to be the case for some period of time. I don't think you look for the continuation shorts today, but if we do have a move lower, I think you get into the bias of, hey, like, look for that potential sign of a reversal, because I don't see a multi-step, short setup happening right now.
Taking its sweet time. We've now moved the point of control up here to this 7160 point of contention. NQ is kind of flirting with this bid spot down here at 27K. 990s. It's the opening range mid. We have certainly built a ton of volume above the opening range. So this is decent pullback spot, but it's also, I don't know, it's run back its entirety of that rip. So if we can get NQ off the mat, we got a chance to beat this seller at 7160s. But at the moment, it's just absorbing the piss out of all of this. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, DSB. It's doing opposite day from yesterday, which makes sense. Chat's saying that the Dow's ripping. So what rotated out of the Dow yesterday is deciding to rotate back into the Dow today and out of NQ. So holy Moses. How much does this guy have to sell? Someone call the police. The longer this takes, also, my confidence dwindles on this idea. I guess NQ has a lot of stuff it can go run down there too.
Yeah, I'm just surprised I haven't been taken out of my initial short entry in the ES so far.
That's what we need, Jack. We need you to sacrifice.
Yeah. Yes, that's fine. I will take this for the team.
Jack is the literal seller that I am MFing live right now.
I mean, I'm okay. I've taken 2/3 off, so I've just been like little bits. Nothing big has happened yet for me here. Well, we haven't really had a kicker run. I mean, that CL trade was decent, but I wish I could make the market.
The only thing I can make it do is give me heartburn actively. So, aside from that, all I have is Tums. That's my only weapon against this thing.
Tums doesn't even work for me anymore. Not
You gotta
strong
get
enough.
you
It's
gotta
not-
get those extra strength, baby.
Yeah, I gotta get the Pepsid AC. I got a pre-plan for that.
Hell yeah. No, I'm a Pepsi guy. It happens. No shame. No shame.
Here we go. Here's my sacrifice, Stowe.
All right. Thank you for your service.
You're welcome.
A little higher would be good. I don't just need 1 point. I need the whole thing. So
Well, hey, you keep running. It makes no difference to me.
all right, we got one off. Is Pax in here? Because if he's not, I'm gonna cover. But if he is, I'm gonna hold this so he doesn't yell at me. Whichever.
Why does he tell you to cover quick? Is he?
No. That his Pax is was giving me and Nick some advice just about trade management and stuff. And
Gotcha.
I often have very good entries, but I exist as a scalper a lot more than I possibly should. So
That's a great
that
entry
was-
right there.
that was his feedback. Now we got to defeat this 27,025 guy, and then we can really party. Good, Jim. Don't you say a word.
Man, I just missed my CL limit. Shh.
Okay, so we're coming back, testing that guy again.
Come on. There we go. All righty.
Sell that shit.
Family show.
Yeah, that's an all-time quote. All right.
Okay. Still good. Yeah, no reason to get out of it now. I'll tuck this back here. So I just have a 1.5 risk on these 4. And we'll see what we can do. If we can't get above this +1, and if NQ can't defeat the most annoying VWAP of all time, if you guys can see this, you can see this passive seller right here, just like Mr. Infinite Lots. That's what we're fighting on both sides. So goof. Cowards. NQ. Okay. So we're just retesting that initial spot.
Getting sellers again up there.
Yeah.
But I mean, what do you expect? Straight up move? Not every time. Sometimes you got to work through the grease.
No, I do expect that, Jack.
All right. Well, I like high expectations.
I was given one easy mode, and I expect it every time now.
You got to have your trade standards. Straight up my direction every time, or forget about it.
0 May.
Wouldn't that be great?
Now that was a lot. This 60 guy is a pain. You can see what's going on here. This big auction right here. This is a dumb magnet. Just this little spot here, and then you see all of this like 33, 71, 61, 88, 20, and then you see 1972, 25, 10 here in the middle. I mean, it's the point of control, but it's also a huge pain.
My goodness. I'm looking at some of these Carvana puts right now, like the 290 put 50 cents yesterday, $40 today.
Woof. That's crazy.
That is crazy.
I can't mess around in the options world. I thought about it. I had like some
Whatever, Avis. You know what I'm saying.
No, yeah. Same difference.
I can't. I mean, the car sticker throws me off. All right, really throws me off.
What's Carvana's? Is it Vana?
It's like yeah, right. I don't know. It's like It's like CNVA or something.
I tried to buy options again, and I got 10 minutes into the weeds, and I was like, you know what? I forgot why I stopped doing this. Okay, I'm good. No need for that. I was trying to buy some aluminum company, and I found myself being like, well, what's the vol on this? Well, what's the blah, blah, blah? And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, stop.
Yeah. You're buying it for the fundamental.
Yeah, all of a sudden I was a macro trader for like 6 minutes.
We're in for the long term. Yeah, no, that's the problem with like trading stocks for me. I'm like, oh, it's gone up. I got to sell it.
Right? Yeah.
No, you're invested, Jack. But it's up. It's up 100%. That means it's a good pick. I want to sell it.
Well, you're talking to a dude who bought Palantir at $9 and sold it for 20. So
hey, man, that's a good trade, right? You know, at the time, you're like, hey, just cash it in, baby. 120%, call it a day. $200 later.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. The amount of stocks I've owned at ridiculously low prices. Yeah. It's tough. It's tough. I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, CVNA. Okay. Well, everybody be nice to Jack and stop correcting him and just assume when he says Carvana, he means Avis for the rest of the show. Please.
I feel like I'm in 5th grade again. It's not how you spell it. Not how you spell it. There's comma goes there. Leave me alone, guys.
Do.
Here we go. Jim at the Edge report. Ooh, copper futures. I actually had an alert hit on that last night.
I saw that chart Jim posted of the copper, and I was like, what is that high? Like, did you see that like brick wall that it's been trading up against for 9,000 years? That was nuts.
Yeah, that's actually had a nice setup here this morning. Brick wall. Do you get Tesla chargers stolen out of your city ever?
No.
Yeah, for the copper wiring?
No, I don't think so. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's a California thing.
Holy Moses. All right, come on. What are we doing? Be somebody. And Q.
I'll tell you what, if oil can actually roll over here, the indexes are going to be looking good. We shall see.
Well, Nick, for a SIG, the PA is fine. It's fine. I don't hate it. I like that we poked the low. NQ is grinding my gears a little bit. But I mean, the bid is here. The bid's showing up. We're going to test this 27,025 guy for the 6th time. Now, I do have a belief, and I would like to share this with the chat. I think that if you have negative self-talk about the price action, it can put you in a negative headspace. So you guys have been doing a lot of complaining the last couple of days about the price action, and I don't want you to let that seep into your psyche. You got to keep it positive. Make jokes, talk to your friends. Tell Nick how good he looks in his leather jacket. Do things like that while the price action sucks, and you'll be a better trader for it. I promise.
Totally. I get frustrated. I mean, anybody trading, you get frustrated. this happened, news candle, yada yada, but or we're going up too fast. We're sideways, it's tanking without me. Like
It's tanking without me is a classic one, yes.
Welcome to trading, guys. Like that's just what it is. Like every day is something else.
I'm sorry, Jack. I'm sorry that made you listen to my punk rock band.
Oh, I was gonna say, was that you? I thought it was like the Stones or something. You guys are good. Jim said you were good, but I don't even know the name of your band.
Right.
These chicks don't even know the name of my band. Yo, so what's the name? Plug yourself.
It's called Night Marathons.
Night Marathons.
Yep, just one word. And it's on Spotify.
I'm gonna loop my Spotify. Get you some, when I sleep. Just plug my phone in and
thank you.
Get you that 4 cents a listen.
Yes, it's historically quite low, but
if you loop it all day. Did you ever hear about that? Like that guy who just like bought 1,200 Spotify subscriptions and then looped them all to. Yeah, that's great. I mean, that's hilarious to me.
Well, there was a really cool band. I forget their name. They were an ambient band, and what they did was they made a bunch of albums of nothing, and it was like a protest against Spotify for paying their artists so little, and they had their core fan base of just a couple thousand people, just stream these albums of nothing, and they forced Spotify to change the rule of what constitutes an album. And an album play because they had found a successful loophole to make a ton of money and pay for their whole tour as like a PR stunt. Yeah. But it's crazy what's on Spotify makes a ton of money. Like just go look at, there is the sound of a fan or like white noise, like those weird things, they stack up quite a bit.
The sound of a fan.
Yeah, I mean, like, dude, just look at Box Fan. I guarantee there's an artist on Spotify called Box Fan, and he's got 1 million followers and makes plenty of money off Spotify.
Well, I know what I'm doing this weekend.
You should.
I'm going to record the sound of a cold river.
Dude, that's not. I mean, jokes aside,
river. I'm putting it on. Rock me to sleep. Give me a bottle of milk. Call it a day.
Why am I fighting with this 68 guy again?
Yeah. I tell you what, anybody's going to listen to an order filled record or like stop filled is a psychopath.
Yes, correct. Nobody wants to hear that guy.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm like more afraid of that sound when I'm unexpecting it, at least in like a police siren. Like if I was driving, like sometimes they put police sirens in like rap music or something. You're driving, you're like, start looking around once that hits. Maybe you don't know because you don't like rap, but
I like rap. Hold the phone.
Fair enough. I just wasn't sure. You're in a punk rock band. Maybe I'm judging. I don't know.
Oh, you are judging. I love hip hop. Let's go.
He's a fan of all the music, but if I'm driving and somebody throws an order filled in the middle of a song, I am going to crash my car.
Same.
So you should do it because it's punk rock.
There's a really hilarious commercial. It's on. I listen to sports talk radio more than anything in the car, and yeah, there is a ridiculous law firm commercial that has a ton of sirens in it, and every time I'm like,
yeah, actually a dubstep song. That'd be order filled.
Jack, I do Wu-Tang Fridays, man. I love hip hop.
See, I Fridays you're on Friday. I don't even know who's on Friday, to be honest. I'm not trading tomorrow. Especially summer. I'm a Fridays off kind of guy. I'm glad they never asked me to be on Friday.
That's cool.
Starting to get kind of some dead price action here.
We got to beat this. We got to beat this 25 guy. Am I hate holding this position? Maybe. Come on, NQ. Chase it if you want it.
My goodness.
I mean, they made a higher high. They're grinding out of here a little bit.
Yeah, we're still pushing up. I mean, definitely wouldn't be shorting this at this point. You would need to see something flip on my little scanner. Right now on my little scanner, we're bullish bias in everything but the NASDAQ. Not that that means we're not bullish, but I mean, there's only one bearish signal I have out of 6 different signals here. Or I'm sure I should say 12. So there's only one indication of the indexes out of the 12 signals I'm running. So that's not something you fade to the downside, is when it looks like that. We want to short a market right now. I don't even have that much bearish right now besides actually gold, which is I'm long, which is kind of dumb. But it's
Really
working.
buying the hell out of this on NQ now. Come on, baby. There you go. Yeah, they're chasing up the ladder a bit on NQ now.
Push.
68. Okay, there's the IB, so it must be 1030. Yeah, very different day than yesterday. Now ES at the top of its range, NQ firmly in the middle with a lot of volume above to go talk to if it chooses to do so. This is kind of like, this is the stuff I narrate to myself while I'm looking at this develop during the day. So if I'm long ES, I can see this room, I can see a bid in NQ as an opportunity to see higher prices because NQ has more range to go explore. So I'm more confident watching NQ. If NQ wants to continue to go, that will give me confidence in my ES trade. That was weird.
Yeah. I think my next long entry, unfortunately, probably wouldn't be till lunchtime, and I'm gonna gravitate towards the YM. But I just like the structure on a retest of the breakout.
So I took one off there as NQ came up to, so NQ came up to its +1 and rejected. It's also all of this previous support up here. So now I'm going to look for this to give out and continue to explore higher. NQ has not picked a proprietary squiggly line direction yet, so I don't have any probability things to lean on over there. ES has. So ES now has 71.80 and a quarter as a target higher if it wants to do the thing. No, I'm long ES, but I'm watching NQ. This is just how I use them both at the same time. So like that +1 on NQ, 27,053. That is that's its next decision point. If it's going to truly become a new day and leave its balance, it will get into that cloud and start to trend. So since we reached it on NQ, ES is in its cloud, but this cloud is flat. So this isn't anything to really read off of yet. It's not trending. Like in the morning here, it was trending. You see it's pointing upwards. Right now, I mean, it's trying, but it's not really doing much of anything. It is making higher highs, so I don't hate my trade, but that's how I find realistic targets to go hang out with. So NQ hit its target, so I pulled one off here.
I'm gonna flip out of my GC long, and I'm gonna try a short.
I don't hate that short. Also, who said that? KTV. Yeah, I don't hate that. You're exactly right. Wow, that was a lot. A lot of bids just lifted at. A lot of offer just lifted at 27,043. Somebody just bought the hell out of that. That's wild. Another guy coming in here. Are we gonna get a news candle in the face right now? This is what happened. This is what happened before the last one. You guys see this? So this is what we're calling out here. You see this 218, 239, 227. These are just big orders that got dropped on the block right here. They've been eaten up, so the bid is powered through them. Watch this offer side and see if any more stack up. There's 174, 218. See this? See that 163 guy just dropped that on the bid or on the offer, excuse me. So we'll watch, see if he gets filled. Yeah, so 211, 109. This is abnormal behavior on the NASDAQ. That's a lot for NQ. You don't know what's going to happen until we leave this spot, but this is how we look at the DOM and see something weird is going on. Something out of the ordinary is happening at this point. So this is get your ears up. So my grandma would say. So now we're watching for price behavior. We're watching for aggression. So let's memorize this. We got, yep, now we're sweeping up. Bid stacking, sweeping higher. We're now in the +1. $68 guys still undefeated on ES though. No, I don't compress anything on NQ. Good. I'm glad it's helpful. We've been trying to show you what we're staring at. We worked hard. All right. So everybody remember these prices? Pretty much got like 42 to 50s. All right. This is this little block. I'm going to reset this. So now we're going to watch this behavior as we struggle with 55, 50. I'm going to move my position tracker over a little bit so we can see it all. You guys can remember I'm in a position. It's also right here.
All right,
looks like
great. We're getting some turn here, at least in gold and oil.
Yep. And now we got below all of that selling. I'm going to take another one off. All right, so remember our spots. It's all up there. So all those dudes that stepped on everything. This is the same thing that happened the other day. Yep, and now price aggressively selling. I reset the recent bid ask. So I just have a hotkey. I just hit Z and it resets these two columns. So every time we get to a new inflection point that I want to look at the specific at bid and at ask behavior, I just reset those.
Joe, the bar count from lows, I mean, it depends on where you would start. Well, what instrument are you referring to? So I can answer that question. I would imagine you're talking about the indexes, but NQ. I don't even have it on my screen. right now. I mean, arguably in this situation, the NQ, I would start measuring from the first green bar, which is at 1020 out of this low. And so that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the fifth bar that I would consider from like the beginning of the bid. We basically went sideways for 25 minutes on that low in the NASDAQ and then started bidding. So I would say this is bar 5 here. And it really hasn't made much progress out of that low. So I'm a little skeptical that we hold the low of the day right now. In fact, we're holding the 50% RTH short. It's at 27,050 half in the NQ. Right now it's being sold into. I'd like to see acceptance above 20,050 before wanting to buy a pullback. Otherwise, I just see this as a lower high in the NQ. It's also a lower low in the ES. So I want to see some push above those highs, acceptance, then look at pullbacks. Versus if you look at the YM, we've already kind of pushed above those overnight highs. The YM also sold off a little deeper in the overnight session, so it's kind of interesting how that shifted. It's making a bigger run out of that low and pushing through this morning's highs. That's why I like the YM better for longs and later in the day if that ends up being a setup. I just think the structure is a little better.
Yeah, I'll put a DOM video up there. It's I should be able to get to it. I should be able to get to it this weekend. We got cheer tryouts, bro. I mean, my priorities are in a very specific place right now, and that is learning to dance, learning to cheer. We got cheer tryouts and a softball game tonight, so I got double. Yeah, man, this sucks. Those sellers came in and did the thing again. Oh, man.
Yeah. We've been stalling up here for quite some time. This is where, I get a little like, okay, like, do I really want to hold this? Either like if I was long, I'd be tightening up my stop or, taking profit because we're basically sideways for 25 minutes now in the indexes. We're winding up.
I'm so glad you guys got to see that. You have no idea how much joy that brings me to be able to like point my finger at an actual dude on the book doing the thing, and you guys could all watch.
You're teaching me, brother.
Willow likes the band. One of her favorite people on the planet is one of my guitar players. He is. Kids love this dude. People that just like are hilarious and fun and just fun people that kids gravitate towards. He's that person. So yeah, she loves the band.
I imagine bragging to your friends at school that your daddy's in a band is probably a pretty cool flex.
Well, honestly, dude, I don't know what I can do that embarrasses her or makes her happy at any given moment. It truly is all a coin toss. Like when they asked me to be the third base coach the other day at softball practice, I was like, this could be that embarrassing thing. Nope, she loved that. But when I asked her if she wanted pushed on the swings at the playground, she said, "Dad, stop embarrassing me." So you never know.
Oh, man. Stop embarrassing me. What she said, she's 5?
She's
What's
6.
7? 6?
Yes.
Oh, man.
I know. It sucks.
That's tough. That's tough. I'm just trying to be your dad.
Well, no, now I shoot for it. I'm like, all right, now you want to be embarrassed? Because I got more gears to embarrassment if you want them.
Yeah. Don't make me pull out the big guns.
All right, we're coming up to that seller spot again.
I'll start giving you hugs in front of your friends.
She would die. She would melt into an embarrassment puddle. All right, so this is the low of where that happened, and I'll put the DOM away for a second and pull the NQ chart back. So the way you can see this also in the delta volume profile is it's these lows, it's all of this buying. Like this is the part where that happened, and this currently, since this is sell delta that we got below, that was a seller that was rewarded on that push. So it's not necessarily something that is tradable all the time. That's why we say you can't just stare at a DOM and click the buttons when stuff happens. But it's important to know that somebody put like 1,000 lots on the offer, and then someone market bought it all in here. Price tried to leave and then immediately went down from that. So now we're back at this inflection point. It's just good to think about if you're in a position or considering being in a position, because we're just little barnacles on whales trying to do stuff.
Little barnacles on whales. That's a good one.
We're gonna
Riding
get a
the
higher high in
coattails.
ES though?
Looks like it. That springboard has moved up.
Yes, also true. Value area high. Valuable things. For sure. I take the value area into consideration the longer the day has gone. So I don't know. I don't really use it this early. I would show the DOM all the time. It's just there's not a lot of screen real estate. So I have to also be able to see what I'm doing. That's the best way I can put that.
Yeah. There's also that.
Hey, Flight here. What's up, homie? But yeah, we'll try anytime something's going on the DOM, I'll pull it in and make sure I point it out. We had a couple opportunities. You guys got to see that big sweep on the ES DOM today. I find watching those sweeps in the bid ask is most effective on the ES DOM because there is typically no spread over there. So if ever there becomes a hole in the bid ask, it is always because someone has swept the thing. So, and I mean, there are indicators out there that cost a lot of money that show you the word sweep, that if you just look at a DOM long enough with those two columns, you can find them too. Same with an iceberg order, same with all that stuff. You can see everything. Yeah, right, Jeff. Yes, I definitely recommend everybody start with the ES DOM. ES, Havard. I don't look at any order flow for the micros. I do trade them. Do not look at any MGI, any market, any order flow stuff for the micros. Jim, it's trying. It's trying to break it. What I want to see is the NQ break, because there's so much more opportunity in NQ right now. So if we can get NQ to the upside convincingly, not that it's not trying right now. If we get NQ to the upside convincingly, that is a lot more room for ES. Can you see a cat? I have nipples too, Craig. Can you milk
me? Great movie. Mr. Jinxie. I'm just really surprised I'm still in these positions. I'm down on them, but like usually I'm either stopped out or first target in positions I take within 25 minutes. So I don't know. Things are really slowing down in the markets I'm in right now. And I haven't found out if that's a good or bad thing yet.
Yeah. There's not a good, I mean, this high on ES sucks. There's no good tail up here yet. So I'm still encouraged, and they're still buying NQ. So I like this, but neither of them are showing me a trend in either direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely still, the indexers are definitely bullish here. I mean, there's no reason for me to participate in anything but a pullback. But there's just almost not enough. I feel like the market's kind of got to cook a bit for me to want to start getting into a position. Your entry was great, and you're holding it. You're just on the runner. You're on the runner. You're changing, like you said. You're working on holding and doing a good job of that right now.
Trying. This is another thing. So I reset the ES bid ask like very rarely. We can see a bunch of liquidity up here at this high. This is obviously the IB high, previous day close, overnight high. So this is like MGI City right here. So this is a good spot to watch as this is getting eaten up. This is an iceberg here. You can see this iceberg as these orders fill because there is less liquidity on this actual book than the orders that are being filled at the moment. So that means there's a program behind this order that is programmed to sell and not show its face on this book. So you see all these orders filling here, 1124, 1214, but you don't see it resting liquidity on the DOM. That's because this is an iceberg order.
So it's just basically when it gets filled, it just keeps adding to the pile, right?
Yeah. Yep. And so this often happens once. So this is how an iceberg order can be. You don't want to interpret it until you see what happens. So the bid went through the iceberg order. We have broken the IB high now, and the bid is stacking orders behind. So this was not an exhaustive push. And you can look at the bid and ask, and you see, large tallies. This is kind of like a little volume profile there for itself. And then you see an area of low amounts, so 28.91. And then you see the bid has stacked up behind it. And for now, we're continuing to push higher, and now we're auctioning up here. So this is a good way to look at this is like, this is an auction. The market thought this was a really fair price. That's where a bunch of people wanted to do business. All of a sudden, buyers decided that this was too cheap, and sellers were not there to say it was too expensive. So we have now moved up here, and now we're doing the same thing up here. And this is a spot where nobody wanted to hang out for now. And now we're saying, okay, this is too cheap. Okay, this is too expensive. And now buyers and sellers are having yet another conversation up here. And this shit changes all the time, constantly. So doesn't mean we can't come back down. It doesn't mean maybe a seller can win. But that's how you look at the DOM at inflection points to manage your position. Like, is the buyer winning? Is the seller winning? Yeah, sure. I'll make a video. Don't worry. Yeah, honestly, I got no reason to sell this at all. And this is, I'm sorry, I moved the DOM. But what we did is we came back. All right, so we had our busy spot here, right? That we pushed through, and then we sold back to it. And now we're trading above it again. So we sold back to that little tiny area of, less liquidity at 70, 50, 70, 75. hung out for a second, and buyers said, nope, still too cheap. I will take one at V range, as is tradition. So next target for me is that 80 and a quarter. This has like an 80% chance of hitting now that we have built volume above 71. Here's some more DOM fun for you. Look at this turkey up here. This has been happening a lot in the last couple days. Somebody threw 1,500 lots up here. So interesting stuff. Nathan, what do you mean by that question? Nathan says there were more sellers than buyers at 71.70.25. How did it rally up? What do you mean by how do you know there were more sellers than buyers?
Shown on the bid ask, maybe is what he's referring to. That doesn't mean cumulative. I mean, there's for every seller, there's a buyer, right? Like you can't buy without selling.
More orders at bid. So those orders are just, those orders are just reflective of what transacted there. Like, okay, so limit orders do not move the market. Market orders move the market. So there were more market orders there than there were market sellers. There can be an endless amount. Like you can put 10,000 lots on 71.75. And if there are 10,001 market orders to buy 71.75, we're going to go higher than 71.75. Does that make any sense? Oh, gentlemen.
What's up?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I got a big problem. I got a major problem just happened.
Okay.
I coughed and broke my neck. Dude, it hurts so bad right now. Like,
Tell me how you're getting old.
My neck is broken. It's
spinal. Dude, it hurts so bad right now.
Hey, there's our NQIB break.
It's because that robe you're carrying around is so heavy.
It's too heavy, huh? It's weighted.
It's that weighted robe, dude.
Unk problems. Classic unk problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even sneeze without tweaking my neck.
Oh, you got a brace for a sneeze. You got to
So
be careful.
bad. It's so bad.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, working at a desk all day ain't good for the body. That's for sure. You got to get up and stretch.
Nope.
Sometimes the amount of time I spend at staring at blue light while sitting in a horrible posture position is just not good for my long-term health.
So how's your morning? You guys making money?
I
think so.
Yeah, I'm all over the place. I had shorts, longs. I think I'm like even at this point. No progress this morning for me.
You doing like 3 different markets?
I had about three different markets on. Yeah. So I didn't do too much in the indexes here this morning. More gold and oil, but I got an order in the ES right now. We'll see. I'm got to get up and pack, so I don't know how much more trading I'm going to do, but I'll tune into you guys ripping it. You guys got any positions on? Anybody?
No. It's kind of crappy.
Remember,
It's
clap, jump.
I have been narrating the DOM like Red Zone today, pretty much just like pulling it over here on NQ DOM, over here on the ES DOM. So it's been a fun time.
Has it been order flow's been messy today?
Yeah, they've got like I don't know, a bunch of idiots did that, like we're slamming offer on NQ, so I got to point that out. That was good. And then just kind of explaining how I use the at bid and at ask, kind of just like a footprint that is ever evolving, like a custom footprint. You can make whatever you want it to be.
Get a Herman Miller. I mean, I have a gesture. What steel case? It's okay.
Hey, Radish, what's up, homie? Oh, I got to text you back about that Pirates game. I haven't forgot.
Don't know what that one is. I'm debating what I want.
We're just going to keep pushing here, aren't we?
Yeah, I know.
Looks
I'm
like
debating
it.
how aggressive. I keep moving my order around. I'm like, how aggressive do I need to get in this?
Oh, you're trying to get in some longs?
Yeah. But I mean, everything's just trending up right now. Question is, I liked deeper pullbacks, but this morning that was really it. But anyway, I'll let you guys get to it because this man's got to pack some clothes.
All right, bye, buddy. Have a good flight.
Thanks, Stowe.
You're
That's
welcome.
it, man.
You this morning.
Be
Take
careful
care, Nick. XY.
on the
Thanks,
Whitewater,
chat.
please.
Give these guys some likes.
Yeah.
Later, boys.
See you guys.
All right. We are back.
Dude, my neck really hurts right now.
I mean, it's hard. It's hard being XY.
Rough life.
I don't really know what to do. This whole week has been just like choppy, range bound action.
Yeah, it looks super choppy today. But at least they're making a choice now, like directionally. I just don't know if you can really trust it because it's so choppy.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I could try to bait me into a short here at the V range and overnight high. Morning, Cooper.
Morning, guys.
Chat, how are we doing? How did everyone handle this morning? I got a late start. I decided not to work out this morning and just kind of sleep in a little bit. And I realized that's not always the best idea for me because then my day just gets a different, like a much slower start because suddenly my daughter sees me and just like wants to be held and wants me around. So I I don't run upstairs very quickly.
Someone asked if it's medical issues or posture. No, I coughed.
Yeah.
If you're old enough, you'll understand it.
Existed.
Yeah. Woke up today, so this is the price.
Morph, thank you. Appreciate it. If you haven't checked out XY's playbook, that also is a good way to hear a different perspective of the same information that's in my course.
So you guys have been enjoying today's action? It doesn't look like it's been the best
No, it
in
doesn't.
terms of like, there's a lot of wicks, yeah.
It's
Jeez.
kind of messy. I mean, I could see getting long around 27K, but you would have to hold it for
Yeah, that's a nice,
while.
finally like a break in the direction and retest and go. But until then, geez.
Yeah, we were just lingering. Well, we could still reject here and just turn this into a 150 point range. God, the range just keeps compressing every day. Really not much to do. Cars down $250, puts paying. I mean, if you had puts Godspeed, I saw the premium on that. It was like absurd, like a lot for you had to basically get that kind of pullback to have anything cheap, but like anything like near the money, I feel like it was like $20,000 for like one contract. Not that I'm playing options, but I saw the premium was just obviously absurdly priced.
That's kind of crazy.
No, thank you.
Maybe this is finally some kind of pullback.
It's like barely moving too. Hopefully the day picks up because I'm doing the afternoon too.
Double duty today, huh?
Double duty.
Hoping to catch the pullback long. Maybe make it towards the 170s. It's only another, what, 50-point extension. Yeah, under 200 range. Hope they can at least pull it back towards the 90 MA. Jeez.
Right.
They're really holding it up here. I hate it. I actually hate it.
Yeah, I'd like to see us go tag like the 150s ish NQ. And my next extensions and like everything else, it just keeps going like up to like back to the 420s, of course, as is tradition. Why is that a level that actually makes structural sense for extensions and things? It's just beyond me. But yeah, I think 150s, 160s could easily go to. If we don't reoffer right here, right now.
Come on. Come on. Just pull it back. Morph, go to my Twitter profile. I think it should be in the description on the stream. And there's a link for you.
Speaking of links, I was having way too much fun with some web development last night, XY.
Dude, it looks sick. I'm not gonna lie.
I think I'm really gonna
the problem is they all look good.
I know. I'm gonna incorporate, like, I think that's what we do is we just kind of take our best design and like, okay, let's incorporate a few things from some of the other ones.
Yeah, they all the variations look great. So it's like, how am I supposed to choose from this? But they all have like their own elements too that make it legit. Yeah, Nick's been cooking, guys. He's been cooking.
Tons of stuff.
He is too powerful, as he would say.
Yes. It just shortens my time to market for everything I want to do significantly, which is good for you guys because it just allows me to release a bunch of things free, hopefully free of charge for as long as possible, because it doesn't take me months to develop something. Like, I can't imagine writing the game plan every day by having to go manually like look up what the MGI levels are, what the option levels are, and then just manually type them into
articulate it.
Yeah, and then it just like that would take me so many
make it
hours
cohesive
every day. It's like, no, I can just have it spit out a table and then I just type the same structure that's set up for me. So much easier.
Nick's
All right,
living
are
in
we
the
going to
future
reoffer
now.
this?
Ooh, they say we want videos.
Well, that's yeah, we'll talk about that. You guys want videos? Aren't you tired of us at this point? Don't you see enough of our faces every day? Apparently
Literally
not.
every day.
The people want more.
Is this as far as this pullback goes?
This is all AI. We want real life. Oh, XY and I could give you some IRL content. Just strap a GoPro and just head to the wind with XY.
Oh, that's what you guys want? Nah, not the win. This is too rich for my blood. The table minimums are insane.
I'm sure. I've been to Vegas
They're
in a long time.
insane. Oh, I tried to get along for just a little scalp, but okay. That's it.
As we move into the future, non-AI generated content will be premium. That's probably fair. I think I've just done a good job of kind of having it be an ancillary lift into my day versus like me trying to replace it. I think it comes across as like garbage. If you, even with AI kind of doing everything or AI generating everything, it's like I just do it to automate more tedious tasks. So it's just like done for me and I can just focus on the other stuff. I think that's the good balance.
Someone said claymation vids. Hey, I could probably do that.
Let's not get crazy. Prompting for video generation is not the easiest task because it only generates like 10-second clips if you do it right.
Oh, is that how it is?
Well, yeah, pretty much. Like you have to like keep it cohesive to get a longer video, and it's a long process. Like when I did the pre-roll thing that I showed you, like the two versions of it, the long one and short one, that took a lot of time because it's a lot of different clips that you're trying to marry together.
Oh, I thought you just kind of prompted it and that the whole thing was one prompt or whatever.
No.
Oh.
That was me kind of
so if you
splicing together cohesive stuff and then editing it myself.
If you make a 1 minute clip, it's actually 6 10-second clips.
Pretty much.
At the very least. Oh.
Yeah. You would probably need like 10 and then you're splicing certain parts together. I'm so tired of like the slow drift up with like one retest during the session.
Did you guys just miss a long opportunity or do you plan to short? I just missed a long. I tried to literally get long. I'm guessing is in right under the 100s and I even chased it up. Probably the 90s, chased it up to 100s. They didn't fill and I'm like, all right, fine.
I was trying to get long here, but I kept like watching to see like a better entry instead of it just kind of going up and down like that when Jack and Stowe were on. I wasn't confident in any of it.
The retest was good. No?
Yes.
I wasn't at desk or I would have definitely tried it.
This was good right here. And then we took off.
Might be the best trade of the day, honestly.
But I was watching like tediously here and there was just nothing to give me an indication of direction either way. So I just was waiting. And then we did this and it was gone before I could blink because I was getting ready to jump in the green room right here.
I was getting coffee. Was long at 100, got wicked out. Oh, yeah. I wanted to see a pullback and they started selling and then they started buying again. So I tried to get in there. Ideally, I would have wanted in the 70s at least, but buying stepped in, tried to get in and it locked me out. Which retest? Like around 7:44 my time.
Yeah, it's right
here. So like 10:45 Eastern because they finally broke out of the range. Came back to test the range and they started buying that up too. So
yeah, we're gonna go to 150 soon.
Textbook, just a break and retest. I think the best trades are always a break and retest. So I don't really use market orders. I use limit orders.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, it's bit me in the butt a few times, but on NQ, I'm usually fine with limit orders because it gets hit within a second or two when I press the button.
Bye. It's like it's time to buy pullbacks.
Hmm.
Try to look for a little long scalp around here. Try to do a little 2-lot scalp.
You go for it.
I'm just scalping some minis here and there for a bit of time.
It seems like we're just continuing to drift, man.
I had all kinds of issues with the friggin' trade copier. So let me try to at least get this TP. Yeah, there you go. I can't do micros anymore because I don't know why my trade copier just misses fills and then it flips my stuff around. So you guys saw it a few times. I'd be flat and then all of a sudden, like I have 1 or 2 lingering lots. So look, I'm trying to take it easy for, I don't know, maybe at least 2 weeks, maybe until May starts, and we'll just scalp minis, make a few hundred or $1,000 or something each session. Just scalping the order flow on the DOM. Nothing crazy. I mean, we're at $800. Nice and easy. This is what I used to do in prop, guys. This is how I made all my money in prop. It was just scalping minis. Have you tried Tradecopia? I don't know. I probably should though.
I can't do
Honestly,
it
I hate replica
without
content.
saying
It
it.
sucks.
You have to say it in a Boston accent, though.
Tradecopia? Ever since when you guys brought that up, I can't.
I know. I can't.
I hear it when I read it.
I hear it in my brain with like the
I hear it
thickest
when I
New
read it, and I
England
just-
accent ever.
I have to like deliberately think about it and say it correctly because when I read it, I just hear Tradecopia.
Is it Tradecopia?
I'm guessing so. That's what I would think. Tradecopia. If it's Tradecopia, that'd be actually.
Then it plays into it, and I think just go find some random guy in New England around Boston and just have him do all of the ads going forward. I think that is like the easiest, cheapest ad campaign you could ever run. So if anyone out there from there is listening, feel free to loop us in for your marketing going forward. We're happy to help for free because that's just good. That's just good TV right there.
How can it not be Tradecopia?
Like just go find some guy that's in the line at Dunkin' Donuts in Boston, and you've got your actor.
Jacob Brooks, when you were scalping in the props, what was typical TP? 10 points? No, there wasn't really a typical. I would say, yeah, if you had to pin an average or something typical, maybe 10, but it really depends on the day's range, the ATR. Like right now, we're seeing about 11 ATR on a 1 minute basis. So 10 points would be probably ideal. But yeah, what I used to do is I would just like wait for some really good order flow activity on the DOM and just, there's always that dealing range where they chop a few points, like 8 points, 10 points, whatever. They're trying to figure it out. Just try to nab a good position and see if the market will go there again. Then it bounces off that again, up or down. And then the next spot in the chop, just take your position off. If it keeps running, it keeps running. I mean, we're scalping. Who cares?
Even gold, it's just doing D-shaped stuff.
TradeOvate have its own trade copier for props?
Yes.
Yeah, it has its own copier, but I'm on NinjaTrader, so I don't know how that would go.
What's my favorite prop trading platform? You mean like actual like trading platform or prop to use? Because when I'm trading multiple, like I usually always just threw it on Tradeovate, to be honest, because it just was so easy to just get all your accounts and do it on a web browser. Because I was still looking at like my normal chart book here, and I just sometimes don't like running like the copier on the desktop platforms of any of the charting platforms that I've used in the past. So sometimes just doing it through Tradeovate in the web browser was just like the easiest way to just execute while looking at like my execution chart in Ninja. So that was always how I kind of did it, because the copier was just so simple to set up. I have not played with it since like all the new like Tradeovate and Ninja prop web features have been released. So I haven't been trading prop. I think I've said that several times. I really haven't been doing it for the last like 6 months, to be honest.
Muckins, I appreciate the help. I don't know if that's exactly my issue. My issue is when I'm closing the trade, it's still open. So it's not like filling. I don't know if it's filling a ghost order, but yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. And this is like a huge reason when I made all that money in prop, I was just like, I don't want to do this copying stuff anymore. I don't want to deal with it. So why don't I just, instead of multiple accounts with X amount of size, why don't I just make one big gigantic account and then trade, a certain size there? And that's just how it started. And I just really found that I just enjoyed trading a cash account so much more. Felt more at peace too. There aren't conditions and parameters you have to meet to withdraw money. So you're not worried about your day-to-day trade by trade kind of results. You just kind of let it go and things will work out. But with prop, there is a concern on your day-to-day performance because you have to achieve certain benchmarks and stuff. Have I tried copy link? No, I've never even heard of it. No. Market only option. I was not using that. I was using ATM. Yeah, well, Mr. Josh, I think sensibly, yeah, one account makes most sense, but a lot of people just like to split them up. I don't understand why. Like instead of having one large account, they'd like 5 split up accounts to copy trade between. I think the prop thing has rewired people's brains to see it that way, when to me it just makes no sense.
Yeah.
But it's like I would rather be risking, I don't know, 3 lots per account for 5 accounts than 15. Oh, that's so crazy. 15 lots?
I mean,
well, that's what you're doing anyway. Right?
I've seen people with 5 accounts that is, sim funded with a decent size account. Like I've seen people like add to losing positions up to the full 75 lots, but that's not something I don't think anyone would ever actually do with the cash account. So it does kind of warp your brain.
Yeah, it's warped the brain. And I think maybe what I noticed is that they tend to risk the account. Your daily loss limit is the entire account. And maybe it gives you this like false sense of, hey, this is okay. Because it's just like, say, a $3,000 account versus one $15,000 account, you blew the whole thing.
Yep.
But if you blew a $3,000 account times 5, like, oh, that's just the game. Charge it to the game,
But if you blew $15,000 in one trade like an idiot, you would probably feel pretty bad about yourself.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've done it, so I can't say I'm not guilty of doing that in the props. In
I mean,
the prop
anyone that
world.
says they haven't is just lying for no reason. Literally no reason to lie about that.
But I think once you kind of have that realization, you stop doing it.
Gene C60. I've had many discussions with my own buddies about this when they started trading. So what would happen is, like, say you're in your funded account, you hit your set DLL, which is good. Set a DLL, you adhere to it, cool. But now you go and, oh, I could just do evals. I'm done. I'll just do evals, or vice versa. You hit your profit target, you're good for the day on your fundeds. And you're like, oh, I'll just do evals. So what really becomes your process? Just trade all day till the market closes? You're not really building a process. You're just bullshitting at that point. Oh, I'm done with my real trading. Now it's time to do some bullshit trading. That's not going to build a process. You might as well just trade any account at that point. Trade that same account. Why lock yourself out? You're not building a process for anything. So you're going to be stuck in that prop cycle for an eternity. Because ultimately what you're doing is, your process is, I'm willing to trade all day, every day. Market's moving, I'm trading. So it would come to a point where the habits never break, right? What they're trying to alleviate never breaks because, well, they're still doing it. It doesn't matter what account you're doing it on. Your reps are building your habits. And if what you're doing now is like, oh, this isn't the best thing for my funded, so I'll do it on my evals, you're still doing it. You're building that habit. You're exercising those muscles that you're trying to, not get rid of, I guess you could say, but kind of, get rid of. You're still putting that into practice, what you really shouldn't be doing. Scalping another long here.
This has been like the slowest move up of 20 points ever. We're coming into whatever 150s. Like to see a couple points higher.
I'm gonna cover that for a scratch, 2 ticks, 1 point, whatever. It's a little too slow. Got about 9 points on it. Should have grabbed that. Yeah, I don't know. That's my rant about that stuff. Everyone's I don't know if you guys are gamers. I'm sure there's gamers in the chat. You guys know what a tank is. Tank is that position where you're the one absorbing the damage, right? You're the one that's covering for the team so that your DPS can do the damage. And one of my buddies, he'd call the other accounts the tank accounts. When you're done doing what you're supposed to do, and now you still want to trade or you still think there's opportunities, he's like, I switched to my tank account. That's the one that absorbs the damage, right? And I'm like, it makes sense, but it also doesn't make sense if you're trying to form and solidify a process. Why even have a tank account? That would insinuate that you're taking unnecessary damage. So yeah, that's my whole thing about process. One very large account to me will always be better and more realistic to building a real process than multiple split up for the sake of your mental. Right? And that will always be a thing to people. Oh, well, mentally, I just prefer to do this because of my mental and sizing. It's smaller. So my mental. Look, if you want to trade prop forever, it's totally fine. Play the game the system, do what you want. But if you ever want to actually trade cash, you can't be doing that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to game prop forever, and hope that conditions don't change in the industry to make it hard to game, hey, dude, profit is profit. Payouts are payouts,
I would say it's already kind of moved there where it's changed from when I started trading prop. I mean, there were aspects of it that was harder before, but also aspects I feel like that allowed you, if you were actually a good trader, to take advantage. So it's like there was two sides to it. Now I think it's more favorable for the traders, but but we've toned down, I think, a lot of the other aspects. So you have to, be consistent. You can take less payouts, less size payouts. Like there's different things that have kind of changed it all. But
Yeah, it's definitely harder to get like super massive payouts. I mean, back in the heyday, I was just racking it up with like Apex and stuff, and it was easier to do so then.
Yep.
But they're hedged now, so things are changing. If you're not looking to shift, well, you'll have to deal with it. Pull in six figures, multiple times is not exactly that much of a likelihood anymore. Oh, they got my TP. Okay. That's
We
3
got
scalps.
2,000 lots on ES here.
I shouldn't have moved. I should have just kept it at 12-point TP.
This thing right here.
I'm scalping my way to the violins. Yeah. So this is what I used to do. You guys are seeing it. This is what I used to do in props. Just be scalping 1 or 2 lots and racking it up. You get enough. Consistency rule, this rule, that rule. Who knows? Just turn it off. Trading day done. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever, and on with my day. That's kind of what built that into my overall system too. It's just getting used to that and realizing like, hey, this works for me. And how I ended up just being a scalper. I still am. Some days I scalp, some days I don't. It really depends on the market environment, but hey. I think they'll be around for, you'll get those people like, oh, props are going to die soon. This is so unsustainable.
Right.
Look, the writing's on the wall. They're dying. Oh, trust me, guys.
I
don't think props are going anywhere ever.
The industry may continue to evolve. There may be,
they'll evolve.
New players.
They will evolve.
But it ain't going anywhere.
Every year, the landscape changes drastically. Just every year. But they're not going anywhere. Because let's be honest, guys, all my prop traders in the chat, what are you going to do? Trade your own money? No. As prop traders, we only do 2 things. We buy the accounts and we complain about prop. Everyone just wants to complain. I want to cry. Props this, predatory that. Trade your own account then. Oh, I know why you won't. So props will continue to exist. Hold positions when you've got really good entry. Yeah, so this is a good thing. Ron for the throne. He says his issue is holding the position when he's got a really good entry for a scalp. He takes about 15 points, 10 to 15, but it'll move for 80 to 100. So what are you doing then? Be very deliberate. Are you scalping or are you trying to get the whole meat on the bone? Right? If you're a scalper, you're a scalper. I started scalping down here, the 100s. We're 50 points up. Do I care that I've been taking like 8 to 10 on my scalps? Absolutely not. I'm here for the scalp. I don't care what the market does after. I'm just here for the easy scalps. I'm looking at the DOM. I'm waiting for certain reactions. I'm getting with it, with the momentum. Scalp me out. If it's going to hold true, go ahead. But are you a scalper or are you not? You've got to make that choice. Yeah, I did that 46. That was me. I started. The prop options were ones that you guys have probably never even heard of. They weren't that great. And then I eventually discovered them. And I was like, sweet, I don't have to lose my own capital anymore. And then it just started from there. And probably say it every stream. Without prop, I am not in front of you guys right now.
Oh, whoever this 2,000 lot guy is, it just keeps moving them as it gets closer.
So is this ES?
On ES, yeah, he's just playing games. Someone's just playing games. Phantom of the Order.
Is it upside or bid?
Yeah. There's 2,700 lots to the upside currently, but it keeps moving around. So I think someone's just
like showing up on the offer.
They are sitting on the offer with large blocks, but they keep moving it up a point, down a point. So they are just having fun here.
Would you scalp on your main cash account? That's what I'm doing right now. I'm just want to mellow out, take a break, but I am also a streamer, so this will be my way around it. I can't really do the micros with this copier thing, so I'm gonna scalp one or two lots here and there and just hang out with you guys, talk markets. But yeah, my actual like trading, you guys have seen it the whole time. It's get in, scalp some out, and then really just try to nail it and hold it for a bigger move. But I don't want to set like the precedent that you can just be chilling in the markets like it's a friggin' side hustle, a hobby. But this is kind of my way around. I guess this is the closest thing I can get to taking the market off, right? Like a week like last week or even a day like Thursday, I'm chilling. It was insane. I've earned the rest, but well, if I'm gonna be chilling with you guys talking markets, I might as well scalp a little here and there. And I mean, I don't want to say anything's easy money, but you guys get the idea. Throughout at some point in my trading, I realized I am actually quite good at anticipating short-term momentum. So in my trades, I will get some MFE when I get into them. And with that in mind, I could probably scalp pretty successfully. So it's not always like I get in the trade, it's going to go my way. No, who knows? No one knows. But when I'm looking at the DOM and I see certain order flow, continuation from it, even just for a few points, is quite likely from what I found. And if it doesn't happen, I'm definitely wrong. I'll just get out. So scalping will always be something that I do. And it helps my brain, my mental, because I don't have to worry about what the market's really doing in the next like 20 minutes. I don't care. Give me my scalp. We will figure out the next one if we even care to get a next one. I did use DOM. Cat's thoughts. I learned to scalp on the DOM when I was trading prop. Before that, yeah, it's price action. That's why I like 5-minute bars so much, and like the 9 EMA and 5-minute, 20 on the 5. I'm just used to that. But when I discovered order flow, it made it a lot more precise for me. So yeah, if you want to hold longer, just reduce the size. What I do is I scale out, Ron. So if you're all in, all out, it's very hard to hold unrealized profits, right? But instead of doing 1 mini, I would do 10 micros and I'd scale out. And that would help me hold the trade. It's like a coping mechanism, but it's what works for me. It's what I got to do.
I'm trying to short. I don't really like this idea that it's just going up so slow. See if we get a pullback to like 27,100.
Oh, you short?
Yeah, I'm probably just going to scalp this unless sellers want to do something.
Anthony Anderson. No, I work the opposite actually. The more P&L I make, the more scared I get in my trading. So the bigger the P&L on the day, the more my execution gets really crappy. I'm quicker to start booking profits because I don't want to give back round numbers of profits, stuff like that. So the higher in P&L I get, like the more I actually just want to leave the casino. I don't want to stay because I get really scared. So like this fear thing, it ties into my trading in various ways. It's holding positions, right? It's pushing P&L when it's there. It's a lot of things, yeah.
Don't love that. Buyers are trying to defend this.
Jacob, I was able to focus on trading. How do we learn your scalping strat? I have a playbook, but it doesn't really talk about scalping. But I enter the same way as any other trade. The only difference when I'm scalping is I'm taking the profits sooner. I'm entering the same way. I'm reading the market the same way. The setups I'll take are different. Like earlier, I'm not gonna hold get long here to hold it. It's very momentous.
I'm gonna exit this scratch. It's just so slow.
It's super slow.
Just let it do its thing.
It's still building here. Still in this upper node. I'm gonna try to get another scalp in here.
What is it you see on the DOM that makes you have the conviction to take the trade? That's a long-winded answer. But
well,
I think
I don't know if you've seen my playbook, but there is one. I don't know if you've seen my YouTube, but there is one. Your answers are there.
Yep. I think it's not like a quick answer because you need to kind of understand visually what is happening.
I'm gonna narrow my stop down to 6 points here. Bit weak. I might just take this for 4 points. Yep. Look, I'm still in this position. It's in profit, actually. Dude, I don't know about this copying shit, man. Copy link. I don't know. A lot of people tell me go trade or go trade Copia, whatever it may be.
Do I prefer slow trading, knowing the direction of the market, or fast moving candles? I mean, I'd like to have a little bit of some velocity to this. Like, this is the way it's moving right now, kind of just stuck in a 20-point range, moving real slow is not my favorite type of tape. But this is what we get at all-time highs, is this type of action. Just kind of very slow price discovery, shallow pullbacks until something changes. So, I adapt. Like we said, like the trade was here. I was watching this. I kind of missed the opportunity to get long there. Missed the opportunity to get short at the kind of overnight high little rejection that we got. There was definitely a short opportunity there too. So you just got to pick your spots. No, now the short's going to work. How nice.
It just threw me in a short. Short's paying. Dude, I gotta switch copiers.
Yeah, that's what you kind of wanted to see, but until it's back below 27,100s, it's maybe a dip to buy. We'll find out how serious these sellers are.
I don't think they're serious enough.
I haven't thought they're serious for days.
If anyone hates sellers the most, it's Nick.
Oh yeah, and I'm usually on. Doesn't take a lot to get me on Team Bear, but I'm very disappointed in them. as is tradition.
Even when you're short, it's like, yeah, of course.
I'm like, they're gonna F
Losers.
this up.
Oh man, you're short.
Well, whatever. I mean, that's really all I was looking for right there. Is that 130 to 100 little scalp would have been fine with me, and then you kind of gauge your reaction here: continuation and rotational balance day, or buyers step in right here, right now, and say this is a generational low.
Jeff asked, when I reset my bid, asks how often, or is there a specific reason? Yeah, to see new prints. So it could be a new leg forming, like something like right now. As they're forming this down leg, I'd want to see new prints to see what they're really doing on the way down. And if you start to consolidate somewhere, you move away from it. If it's been long enough, I would want to see new prints coming back to see if they're still as heavy. Are they as aggressive? Or does it start to weaken? So if it's like slamming the bid, it's accumulating 50 lots, 80 lots, 100 lots, and then 20 lots. I'm going to reset it and to see if they start to hit still with like 20 lots, 30, or they start to hit with single digits. And you got to reset to really see that clearly. And that'll be one of the reasons I reset the tape. Nice short, man. I think it worked because you got out of it. You click close to close Phantom. It opens another order. Yeah, so Muckins, I'm not clicking close. I'm actually dragging limit orders, TPs, to it. Or it's hitting a TP, and then it just happens to have another order. Or it hits a stop order. So it's hitting the orders. I'm not manually closing it. So it's a little strange.
They did Nick dirty again. I mean, that's pretty normal, guys. Especially if I'm
It
on
wouldn't have
stream,
worked if you were still in it.
The likelihood is I get left holding the bag with sellers, as I said. But here's a great chance for them to completely drop the ball and possibly have us go make a new high, because buyers are stepping in right at IB high as well as the sessions value area high here. It's a ton of MGI just sitting right in the spot.
I'm giving the buyers a chance. Get a quick 10. Nope. They gave me 9. I guess 10 points is too much to ask today.
Mm-hmm.
And got in. They instantly went up 9 points and just stopped. Probably need to adjust that.
I'm going to try to join with the buyers here, see if something happens, or the seller's just going to continue to do me dirty and rotate us back to 27K.
Yeah, I'm trying to give the buyers a shot here. Pretty good bid.
Nope.
I think they're giving up this volume, it looks like, on NQ. ES still looks like they want to hold it.
Come on, buyers. This is a generational low.
This one right here?
Yep. Never going to see this price
right
again.
A higher low is the generational low.
They don't believe in it today.
Yeah.
George banked on the short. Well, congratulations. But that was a pretty miserable hold. I mean, it's always a miserable hold holding a short. They're going to stop both of us out, aren't they? Yep.
Yeah, I'm out of that. I think I just took a 7-point loss, 6-point loss.
Nope. There it is.
Back half
All
my
right.
profits.
I hate the sellers today.
Yeah, I switched to
They're going to go lower.
I switched to market only. It looks okay. Looks okay. Trade Sinker? No, it's not API limit. It would tell you if it's API limit. Trade Sinker, a little dicey, I think. Because I've seen a lot of people have random issues with Trade Sinker. Oh, wait a minute. Crayon lines. Crayon lines, you might be onto something. He says Brontosaurus looks like he wants a drink of water. Pond is at 26,975. Hmm.
Not quite a Bronto, but
All right, well, I guess that's it for
I think
stream's
it's
almost
gonna-
over. We made $600. I'll call it. What's my settings on tape reader? I don't even know if there are there actual settings. I just stuck it on a 1 minute chart. So it's just a 1 minute tape reader. Yeah, look, I've been getting this question about reset interval on pull stack. I cannot comprehend how it's possible to have a reset interval on a pull stack because it's pulling and stacking in real time.
I think they mean the recent bid ask.
That's what I thought, but I would answer. They're like, no, we're asking about the pull stack,
That doesn't work.
which
That's not a
doesn't
thing.
make sense. When an order comes on the book, it stacks. When an order pulls, it pulls. There's nothing to reset.
Yeah.
That's
If
kind
it's
of like
giving
getting
you-
punched in the face and be like, so when do you reset the punch? Like, no, you got punched in the face already.
Yeah, it's just kind of showing you it in real time what's happening on the orders on both sides. Like there's not a way to reset it really.
How
Hey,
often
Jim.
is updates? It updates instantaneously. You shouldn't have it any other way. If someone puts an order on and takes it off, you want to know immediately. So I don't even know if there's a reset or delay option for pull stack. I don't think it exists because it shouldn't.
No, keep
Man.
rolling.
Those sellers really did me dirty today.
They went in your favor after the fact.
Yeah, they made me scratch out and then they made me lose faith in them completely by jumping in long and getting a stop.
It looks pretty clean for offers now on pullbacks because they lost that node and they got stuck right here. This is the tell for anyone that's looking. The overnight high, IB high, they actually tried to buy it again earlier when me and Nick were trying to buy it too. They got stuff. So selling is in the house until Nick gets on the short side. Then they'll drop the ball.
You guys are both flat, right?
Yeah. What's your question? I know nothing before we head out. Time running up and didn't get answered to my questions. What is your question?
We had news.
I don't know.
Frank says there is an option for timing of pull stack on Motive Wave or MV, whatever that is. I don't know why that would exist. That's like asking someone, like an institution, be like, let me know 5 seconds after you decide what you want to do when you do it, all right? Let me know 5 seconds after, instead of let me know immediately. So I don't know why anyone would want that.
I know nothing. Get that question in here. XYZ is not leaving the basement until he answers it.
Yeah, you better ask.
Gonna be down there this afternoon. I think Nick's coming back, right?
Yeah, I'll be back.
And you'll be with Selma and
Chris.
Christian. Trading Box is awesome. Looking forward to that. Thank you for doing double duty, of course. Good job, you guys, today. Let's give these guys a round of applause, please. And I will see Nick this afternoon, but I don't think I'm going to see you, XY. You're not here on Friday, are you?
Tomorrow, I'm on tomorrow. Yeah,
Oh, I'll see you
morning
tomorrow
with
then.
Chris.
Oh, Capital Preservation Friday. We got an all-star lineup, it sounds like. That'll be awesome. In any event, guys, thank you so much. Appreciate you as usual. I will talk to you before the weekend starts, obviously, and I'm going to do a quick edge report, and we're going to wrap it for lunch.
Thanks, guys.
See ya.
All right, E-mini S&P daily chart. We'll start with the daily chart. Let me kind of open this up. I mean, this has been a crazy rapid recovery, right? But if you think about it, and I drew a rectangle here, this is kind of a longer, this is resistance, right? So the bottom of my rectangle touches the top of the highest body of a candle. And that's well, that would be where we closed yesterday, right? We closed at 71, 71 and a quarter, and that starts that area of resistance, right? It's not a line. Also, that candle would be considered a Marubozu, right? There's no wick on the top. There's no wick on the bottom. I mean, there is, but it's minor. You could ignore it. And when you see one of those, I mean, that's super bullish. So today, though, we tested that, and we actually have a lower low today, but buyers rapidly pushed that thing back up, right? So we're back up against this area of support and resistance zone at 70, 71, 72. Moving average is all strong. So everything here is strong. We have this RSI has been over 70 for a while, and that's okay. I mean, that's not an indication of hit the sell button. That's an indication of, hey, we have strength right now. I like to look at the slopes to tell us direction, but right now it's pretty sideways. Intraday, again, I went to my friends at edgeful.com, and that's spelled with one L. And I thought, well, what happens on a Thursday, right, with respect to the initial balance? And let's talk about the initial balance. By the way, it's that first hour of trading after the bell rings, high to low. I have two white lines that kind of frame it right here. And you can see we're trading just a little bit south of that 71.71 level. That's the high. And then the low is down here, and that's approximately 71.49. So we got about a 22 point or 22 handle initial balance, which might be a little light, might be small. Ironically, the US IB low is the exact same price as the London IB high. So that right away, when that happens, I'm kind of looking at that saying, a couple of areas of interest collide right there. But yeah, the other thing to look at is JAX1. JAX1 is right there also, 71.50. So that's clearly an important level. But when we think about breakouts on the US IB, Edgefield tells us there's an 83.33% chance of a single break. We already had the single break, right? We traded higher than that 71.71. So we had that single break. So that's done. Only a 16.6% probability of a double break based on the last 6 months. Remember, we look back 6 months, we do the math on a Thursday, and so well, it's not too far away. So right now, I'm like, okay, odds are against a double break, which could support this idea of any kind of retracement, maybe looking for places to buy. Alternatively, that IB is pretty tight at 22 points, so we might have a chance at actually breaking that on the downside, even though historically we shouldn't. So I'm looking. What am I looking for? I'm looking for dips. I'm looking dips back into the IB. We already have that. That note's a little old. And then I'm looking for dips back to the point of control. We just wicked through that point of control, 71.6550, and it's an okay point of control. And then the last thing I'm going to look for is shifts in the point of control. So up here, we had this little volume node. We started, I thought maybe we're going to have a contender up here around 71.76 and develop that volume node as well to become a competitor, but doesn't look like it's happening right now. So gravity sits at 71.66 half right now until otherwise told. Ultimately, that VWAP touch also is in play. Now, VWAP is arcing up pretty nicely here. If we do go sideways a little bit, then it'll start kind of leveling off a little bit. But again, another potential trade idea is that VWAP touch if we can get to it, or a VWAP cross under if you think we have more room to go on the downside. So a couple different strategies there, but point of control and VWAP are king right now for me. So that is the E-mini S&P. That is this morning's Edge Report. We will be back this afternoon, of course, trading the close. Shai will do her afternoon update at 2 o'clock. do another edge report, see what's going on, see if we do have that double break or not, and even the S&P during lunchtime. In the meantime, thank you everybody for being part of NinjaTrader Live community. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the thumbs up. It means a lot to us. And you guys are awesome as usual. So having said all that, have a nice, relaxing lunch, and we will see you this afternoon.